The duo is back, and we are ready to kick things into gear for the final week of regular season for the Call of Duty Varsity League. You got myself, Seymour, alongside Cruz. And Cruz, man, it has been way too long.
Yeah, it's been like 2 weeks since I've gotten a cast with you. Obviously, I was out the week before. I wasn't feeling too hot, a little bit under the weather. Then last week, you're somewhere off in America. You didn't want to cast with me last week. So, but you know what? It's nice we get the band back together. We're gonna be here for, like you said, the final week of the regular season. And honestly, I don't think we could think of a better week for the two of us to be coming back together to be casting.
No, I had to catch a plane ticket to another country just to get away from you. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. But I'm happy to be back. And I'm happy to be back on NACE. We're here to look at a bunch of different games as well. So we bring up the schedule. We can see what we have throughout the week. Because I know on Monday, we got Overwatch and Rocket League. Tuesday, we have League of Legends. Wednesday, today, Call of Duty. And Friday, we have CSGO. But on top of that, we have games for today here on your Wednesday afternoon of Call of Duty Varsity. We're starting off with UT Chattanooga versus Midway University. Match number 2, Full Sail University versus Barton College. Match number 3, New Mexico State versus Westcliff. And match number 4, all the way at the end, we got Shenandoah University versus Lebanon College. How are you feeling about these matches, Jesse?
I feel pretty good. I think we've got a couple really good matches today. This first one should be a really good one. I mean, you got UTC trying to go for that undefeated record, so that should be fun to be able to see. Midway University, not really too many implications on their end coming into this one. But our second match, it's going to be two teams still really trying to prove themselves. And then our third match, New Mexico State going up against Westcliff. That should be a good one. Those are two 7-1 teams, both fighting for top of the Western Division. And then that final match of the day, Eastern, that's going to be the match for the final spot inside of the Eastern play-in. So, I mean, a lot of implications and a lot of matches and a lot of importance in a lot of these matches today. So it should be a really good time.
I'm super excited for all the implications, especially because it's the final week, Jesse. You know what's coming up next, and that's play-ins. But let's look at this match number 1 that we have, UT Chattanooga versus Midway University. You got Slim, Superior, Red Chase, Click over on Chattanooga. You got D-Nazi, Audit, Iceman, No Prisoner, and E-Man over on Midway University. And when you're looking at these two rosters, Jesse, I mean, you can definitely see a distinction in series record, but you can look past that series record because we got more better things to talk about, and that's because Chattanooga, they haven't even dropped a map yet.
Yeah, that's right. They're going for the double undefeated season at the moment right now. They got that 8-0 record like you alluded to, but 18-0 map count so far in the season. That's 7-0 in Hardpoint, 6-0 in Search and Destroy, and 5-0 in Control for this roster. So I mean, a very good start to their season. Obviously, a few forfeit wins in there as well because the map count does not equal out to the exact record in 8-0. But you know what? Still, honestly, just a fantastic season for them. Red Chase and Clicks have really been kind of clicking together, if you will, a little bit better as the season has gone along further and further, and this team has just kind of hit new levels as we've hit towards the later half of this season. And then when you're looking at Midway, I mean, this roster has been a very good roster. I wouldn't be surprised, if they can come out and they can take a map off UTC today. I think that this roster can definitely, they have the power to do it. D-Nazi is a very good player. Iceman, we've seen have some very clutch up moments. It's right in his name. So, I mean, it's definitely possible for this Midway roster to come out and really compete today against the likes of UTC, but it's definitely not going to be an easy time by any means.
No, I agree. They have what it takes, but it's not going to be easy. Let's take a look at the maps, Jesse, because if there's one thing that's really going to kind of spot out any places where they can exploit maybe a weakness out of Chattanooga, it would be in the maps, even though Chattanooga hasn't dropped a map. So we're starting off on Bokosh Hardpoint. Map number 2 is going to be Berlin Search and Destroy. Map 3, Tuscan Control. Then if this goes the distance, you got a Tuscan Hardpoint and a Desert Siege Search and Destroy to close this one off. Is there anything that you're seeing in this map set that really stands out to you?
Well, a few things, right? So you got that Berlin Search and Destroy. Very new to Berlin is the fact that they finally fixed the B-bomb site. So no longer are you going to have grenades kind of blowing people up from the top. You can't just drop a glide bomb on the roof and kill the people inside. So if anybody's able to get streaks, the few patches that have now come in from the CDL from these last few weeks, things should get a little bit interesting going into that map. And then also the Control. Finally, we get ticks to decide the final defense. So it's gonna be nice. I get to sit here and count ticks all day. So it's gonna be a great time.
Instead of having to do the math on
exactly. Oh my god.
Because there's a lot of them, especially inside Vanguard. But I agree. I mean, Control having that change with ticks, it should completely change a lot of the way teams play this game mode. So I'm excited to see what happens when that does come through. But I think the one big thing to talk about is the first map that we're going to be getting between these two teams, because map number 2 and 3, they're going to be definitely interesting. But Bokash Hardpoint to start this one off. I mean, a Bokash Hardpoint to get us back into things. It's an icebreaker that we're looking at.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to get mixy, right? And that's exactly what Bocage is going to provide. It's going to provide two teams running at each other full force and fighting inside of the cage. That's what we call Bocage, because it is just absolute close quarter fights over and over again. And I mean, I think this could be a good map for Midway, just kind of looking at it and just like the fact that you've got D-Nazi and Audit and the fact that they can just run around and kind of run reigns as much as they want. And honestly, on a map like this, if you can find a way to even outslay UTC, it's probably a map that you could probably take off them. So it's not going to be easy. Like we said, 7-0 hardpoint record for UTC versus the 7-3 of Midway University. But you know what? I absolutely think that this could get really interesting looking at the overall of their map, of the maps that these teams are going to be playing.
I think, well, you know, when we get these teams into the lobby, I think the best thing is that this is some good practice for the side of Midway University. I mean, going into these play-ins, I mean, this is probably your hardest competition. So if you can even take a map off of them, this is going to be some good VOD to review going into those play-ins. But we are into Bokash right now, heading up with UT Chattanooga. Off the bat, it was Red Chase, who's good for 1, but coming out with a quick 3 Midway. They break past it.
Yeah, Midway, they're just going to sit right on the gate, gain as much time as they can because they did have that decent breakup, but you can already see the pinch from UTC. It's back in. They find all 4. They're able to get right back inside of this hill. And now what UTC really want to do is they just want to kind of zone out these Midway players, keep them spawning up on that right-hand side of the minimap, keep them as far away from this next hill as possible, as well as trying, you know, gain as much time as you can here on hill number 1. But, I mean, already, though, Colin, we've already gotten 30 seconds here on hill 1, and that's more than what we see sometimes in a whole game on P1.
And I like this from Midway. They're taking a chance to wrap through the top of the mini-map. Audit on screen does get caught out, but there was some idea there from Midway to try to flip these spawns going into the second hill. But Chattanooga, they shut things down, and now all 4 players really taking over this map as individuals. Red Chase on a tear through Grandma's is finally going to go down. But, I mean, the positioning of UT Chattanooga, they're making sure that Midway just struggled to get to the second hill. Finally having a chance pushing through a barn, but again, it's 3 down.
It took 15 seconds to find all those kills just to have a shot at breaking into the hill, and they get dropped immediately. So, I mean, this is a perfect setup right now for the likes of UTC. Exactly what you want if you're a UTC fan. You can see they just set it up. They set everybody across the map, and as soon as you try to challenge from any angle, you get knocked down immediately. And, I mean, this is one of those flawless holds that we talk about sometimes here on this P2 hill. This is exactly what every team wants to set up and to achieve on this hill.
13 seconds left. This is a good time from Chattanooga, like you said, but Midway, they want to make sure that they lock down Granny's. Catching Superior on the inside of that should lock this rotation, or will lock this rotation down for Midway. Well, the side of UT Chattanooga, flooding through the top of this mini-map. You're looking at player number 4 to make a player on the back, Jesse.
Yeah, player 4, it's really all on them right now, all on clicks to try to make a play in through the side. He actually goes through the top of the window as opposed to hitting all the way through the back, so he'll find his way in, and in him doing so, it actually turns a couple of arrows on Midway. They're able to break right inside of this hill, but already, though, Midway right back into it because they have those closer spawns.
And this is where it gets mixy for Midway. You can see Boxton from Chattanooga having to fight out from the inside. They're good for 3 kills. Click and Slim pop up into the feed for 2. In for the contention is Click, but he's going to fall as well. Midway, they hold on for majority of this Grandma's time in. This is some good time to pick up as well. They're not too far away from Chattanooga's lead.
Definitely not, and this is a great answer back considering you allowed a full 60 on P2 to UTC, but UTC will pick up the scrap time. But what this allows you to do now, if you're Midway, you have a chance now to make the full rotation across the map to try to lock down these spawns. It's really just Audit, and unfortunately Audit gets sniffed out, so this should be early time now going to the way of UTC. Early spawns going to the way of UTC, and once again Midway trying to break him from the right side of the hill.
Leading the charge in, Audit finds the first kill, a second one as well. That's going to be in for the contention. Unable to walk away with time. It's going to be up for the teammates. Well, D-Nazi all alone. I like this call. Just dance around the hill, wait for reinforcements, try to play your life, but he does get caught out from Click. And now Chattanooga in full control of this barn. Midway trying to fight from the top of this hard point, and Audit will be able to break in for Midway. Where is the rest of the team? Because they just can't have these this one standout player keep on hitting in for this break. Nazi finally combining for 2. Midway trying to hold on for a little bit of this, only down by about 50 points heading into this 5th hill, and now you have to be thinking about this rotation, and UT Chattanooga, they're trying to beat them out here.
Oh, they're going for it. Clicks will find 2 in the back. Finds his teammate, but before he finds his teammate, Red Chase will pick up the final player in the back. So spawns for UTC now on this right-hand side of the map, and this gives you your best chance at being able to hold on to this. If they can get a player on top street along with a player inside the hill, they absolutely can look to lock down a lot of time here. Unfortunately, Click's missing a few shots, and that's absolutely going to open up the door now for Midway to get in, along with holding on to top control of the street.
They don't get that player top street, and allows Midway to break in pretty easily, but off the respawns, they don't even care about it. One by one, they tumble in and they take down the Midway players, now pushing in for a little bit more as well, as they've completely flipped out Midway from this P5 all the way deep back Grandma's. And I like this play to UT Chattanooga, trying to walk away with majority time and the future spawns as well.
They will get flipped out one last time here, though. But you know what? They got a lot of time to flip those spawns, so you've got pretty much a whole hill to go through. And I wouldn't be surprised if we see those spawns flip 2 or 3 times within our P1 hill that we're about to go to. But Colin, one thing I'm noticing from this first game and that I'm seeing from these two teams is rotations are absolutely important from these two teams at the moment. If you're setting up and you're locking down the spawns, it feels like neither team really having a great amount of success trying to break into any of these hills. You've seen it in Hill 2, you've seen it in Hill 3 from both of these rosters. So just keep an eye on that as we continue on in the series.
Rotations are going to be key. And that's why you want these gunfights to come out your way for back barn spawns. Unfortunately for Midway, still need to traverse through this map through Grandma's. But getting through these gunfights against UT Chattanooga, that's the hard part, because as soon as they peek out, you can see they're losing the majority of them. D-Nazi's going to get picked up. Superior back into this hill. You got 25 seconds to collect inside of this hill number 1 as well. And Jesse, just to kind of relate to your point, you don't want to miss out on this rotation if you're Midway.
You absolutely don't want to miss out on this. Last time we came to P2, full 60 for UTC. So if you're Midway, your only goal right now is to shut this hill down, to shut this hold down that you were put in the last time. And they've done a great job of that. The back 10 seconds of P1, every player on Midway, they push through the middle of the map. They push over to the left. They find all the kills in succession. And now they're in the driver's seat. They spot out UTC on the right-hand side. And now they're looking to put them in the exact same spawn trap that Chattanooga had them in the first set of rotations.
It'd be nice to walk away with a 60 of your own, but here comes Chattanooga flooding through this tank side, as well as Barn. Sliding on through is going to be Slim. Takes out E-Man from this hill. Still in for contention. It's a little bit of tug of war for time. Not going to know who's going to come out until we see his clear kill feed out here. On it from the top rope. Secondary is out. He's going to find the kill in the red chase. It's not over just yet. Still 24 seconds to collect, and UT Chattanooga, they don't want to allow this. E-Man looking to hit a flank, but he's picked up by Click. And on the inside, Slim's going to find a third, so UT Chattanooga, a clear 3 down to break back into Hill 2.
Oh, now, if you're Midway, you can't let Red Chase do anything to you off spawn here, and he doesn't. He doesn't get away with it. He was going to make that push through the back, and if he was able to find a few kills there, he may have been able to just give the spawns in the favor of UTC, but he doesn't find anything. They shut that down. They don't allow anybody to sneak through, so now Midway, they just put their full focus on the front of the map now, and you can try to lock down another full 60 here for yourself. It wasn't the full 60 the last time through, but they got pretty damn close.
Audit on 4 in a row, not able to turn it into anything, but teammates need to go big with these kills. E-Man stuck in the middle of things, still finds Red Chase tucked away into the corner. Turns to the teammate Audit to clean up the third. Now eyes back on this front door as UT Chattanooga looking to go in for another break. Audit for the flank, good for 1, still split on either side. 27 seconds to play for inside Grandma's. Here comes Midway again. Click's gonna find the 1 with the help of Red Chase, a 3 down. Still spawning up in the back is Midway University, and now you have to be wondering, you have to be careful not to get trapped back here.
Red Chase, I don't know what that emote was in the middle of that gunfight there, but that was absolutely disrespectful, sir. He'll get inside of the hill, be able to pick up the last couple of seconds here for themselves, but pretty much masking that 200-point mark. It's going to be UTC only needing 52 seconds to close this game out, to put this one away. Midway will be the first team inside of this hill, but again, split spawns come through, and UTC now setting up for the pinch.
Big one-on-one here from D-Nazi in the back. Clay's going to find him through the brush. 2:01 to 1:44. Full 41 seconds still to pick up inside of this, and look how far Midway is spawning. Again, they're going to have to traverse through Grandma's. just to get this hit right through the front. UT Chattanooga, they have the spread, and Red Chase is just tearing them apart through Grandma's. In the backline, finds D-Nazi as well. Another 3 down for Midway as they are in shambles right now. Scattered to get back to Barn, and they're in the danger zone of losing map 1.
Oh, and they just gave Clicks full streaks as well. So that glide bomb, even if we get towards P5, if they do end up getting there and we end up seeing Midway get a good hold on that hill, you've got a streak now to break it as well for UTC. That could be the final nail in the coffin that we needed to see here for this map number 1. UTC, they only need 17 seconds to close it out. They will have Midway here first team in, but Clicks ain't even going to invest the streak. He hops on in, won't find the first, finds the second, and now the final break here for UTC is on.
They have the high ground control. Nobody in the hill just yet. Time clock is burning. Slim finds E-Man through Willow. UT Chattanooga with the setup. What are we getting out of Midway? They're looking to take high ground first before they flood on into this hill, and Slim alone into this is going to drop. They flip out these spawns, so UT Chattanooga will be able to hit this right off the bat. You can see with this comfortable hit, Click burns this streak. No, it was Superior on screen with the streak. No, I thought that was going to be going 6 in a row for Superior. They break back in. 13 seconds left, looking to push for these respawn kills as well. Superior finds 2 in the outside river. Click a third. 5 seconds left for UT Chattanooga to take this map number 1. Is anybody here to help out? Nobody's going to be able to touch for Midway, and Bokash is going to be in the books.
Bokash absolutely going to be in the books. And that, you know what, honestly, that was a pretty close game for the majority of it, considering the fact that you had E-Man going 10 and 38 to close that game out. I mean, he was 6 and like 20 something earlier on in that game, and I was sitting there. I didn't bring it up, but I was watching, and I was really hoping that we were going to get to see him start to make his way back into it, start to pick it up a little bit in the second half of that game. Maybe he just came out a little bit cold, but he just couldn't get out of the blender. And sometimes on Bokash, when you're running that submachine gun roll, you just get put into the blender, and if you're not kind of waiting back, stacking up with teammates to try to get out of it, you are just going to be getting put through the reins in that match. And it's exactly what happens there for E-Man. If he's able to pick it up even a little bit towards the back half of that game, find a few more kills, maybe go on a little bit of a run, maybe that's when Midway can bring their way back into that game. But at no point in that game was he ever really able to get his feet planted inside of that map, and you could see that UTC were just running away with it.
And, you know, even when you look at the stats for a little glimpse that we had, Click he dropped 41 kills in that. I know it's Bokash numbers for sure, but it's not easy when you have a player like Click doing what he was doing on the map, finding full streaks. Even Superior, you know, coming out with the SMG, working with Click to make sure that they were keeping the pressure on no matter what. Midway University, yes, it was close, but you could just feel that they were sinking farther and farther through it, that Bokash. And now you need to scrap that out of your mind. You need to look to the search and destroy where you can kind of slow things down in your own right. You know, pull it back, try to even up the series. Talk to me a little bit about Berlin. Midway, they want to bounce back. How can they?
I mean, it's hard, right? Because we don't really have a good kind of expectation for Midway on Search and Destroy, and I think that Search and Destroy is also their weakest mode coming into this one. So I don't know if this is necessarily going to be that bounce back mode that we're looking for, that you see out of a lot of top teams, where you see like, hey, we lose this, the hard point, guess what, it's okay, we can just rebound back with an S&D. They come into this with an S&D record of 4-3. That's not the greatest, it's definitely not the worst, but they could be a lot better as well. You got the 6-0 record on the likes of UTC for Search and Destroy for themselves, so you know they're going to be coming in, they're going to be feeling confident and just wanting to play their game. But honestly, if you're Midway, just try to slow the game down, find a pick, work off those picks. It's Berlin, so it's one of those maps where finding that first blood can really be dividential towards winning a lot of these rounds. If you can find that first blood on offense towards the B site, get the bomb down, get a full setup in the back, you absolutely should never be broken in that warehouse setup. So if they can kind of find a way to lock that down, maybe play some mind games with UTC, bring the bomb, do some weird things with it through the middle of the map, it's absolutely not impossible. It's just going to be a tough time for them because of how good this UTC team is at every single game mode.
Hey, and you know what? Post plans to the end of the game a lot of the time when you're looking at Berlin. Not so much the offices. The offices are, it's its own story. But when you look at the B site, like you're saying, I mean, warehouse is definitely going to be on the ice for these players. I'm really excited to see Berlin, Jesse. And you know, after the changes, there's a lot that turned around for these search and destroy maps on Bokash, Tuscan, and even Berlin. And you know, having now a roof over you at the B site, that's going to be a lot more, I guess, comfortable when you're going for those attacks.
I mean, I know I would feel a lot more comfortable knowing that I can't just be shell shocked from the top of the house and getting dropped by a grenade or a glide bomb hitting my roof and dropping me dead through it. So that will be nice. It'll be a nice little change going into the. But honestly, it's kind of funny to think about, right? Because I'm not, you know me, I'm not the biggest fan of Bacage. I don't think it's the greatest map in the world, if I'm being honest myself. But you know what, we do enjoy getting mixy every now and then. But I'm honestly more excited to see the Bacage changes as well in Search and Destroy.
Yeah.
That the bomb site now being on the outside of the A platform is going to be so interesting, just in terms of, I hope we get it today, because I'm gonna nerd out on it, just looking at all the different bomb spots that people could find to play. Snipers might even be able to come into more of a factor, because you could just watch over your teammate with a sniper
Exactly.
from the back. It'll be really, really interesting when we get to there. But we got to slow down. We got to be looking at Berlin first, obviously. But I'm just really excited to see all these different Search and Destroy changes coming in.
I was gonna say, I mean, we're getting a little bit ahead of ourselves when we're talking about Bocage, but I'm excited too, if we get it. For now, I mean, you know, you get a little bit more of a roof over your head over at B, and that has to be one strong roof, because, I mean, I'm not a scientist or anything, but those glide bombs, they have to be powerful. So we're gonna see if that makes a big change in the B attacks that we're gonna see inside Berlin. But, I mean, when you're talking about this matchup between Midway and UT Chattanooga, a big kind of story is that Midway are definitely batting up to the better team here. So when you're really kind of drawing into things for this matchup between Midway and UT Chattanooga, you're just kind of looking for any way that you can find an opening against this team, especially considering that if you want to make it to playoffs, you're going to have to go through them again.
Yeah, absolutely. And well, they might not need to go through them. I believe UTC should have the top seed with the undefeated record, so they'll have to play them again for sure. But if they do win their first round of the play-ins, they're at least guaranteed playoffs. So it'll be for seeding. But so you're not wrong. They'll have to play them again, but it might not be the highest implications on the match, but still one that they definitely want to win. And this is a great start to this round for themselves here on defense. They're able to pick 2 players off, getting a little bit too aggressive here, but Click will find one. Bomb should go down at B. And just like that, I think that UTC definitely has a chance to hold this if they can sniff out Iceman making the flank play in from behind.
Yeah, Iceman is definitely going to be the difference maker here. And I feel like UT Chattanooga, they have an idea that they're boxed in, as neither player are going to look to get escape from where they are. Click's going to get caught leaving Superior alone in a 1v3, trapped inside. B finds one, but that's about it. Iceman comes to clean up. There's going to be 2 players living inside of this. An interesting round out of Midway for defense. I kind of want to talk about D-Nazi on the sniper. You know, he sat P3 all the way in the back, waited for somebody to push through into it, and just sniped them as soon as they opened the door. I mean, that is a very interesting play, a very passive play. They must have done their homework.
And
Chattanooga.
it's something that we were talking about too, right? Like, you need to just slow the pace of play down against this UTC team if you want to be able to find success. And that's what they do in that first round. They take out Slim, they take out Red Chase, and they put themselves in a great spot. I mean, if Clicks doesn't get caught out in mail towards the back half of that round, it could be a very different game. But they had all the information that they needed, because he was the player who found the first blood for UTC. And as soon as that happened, they were like, hey, you know what? We got the bomb down. We know that we can just push this final player inside of B. And yeah, like you said, once again, actually making the cross through upper courtyard, D-Nazi was able to find that opening kill.
It doesn't slow Click down at all. Finds not just 1, but 2. Dropping that bomb, make it 3. Click doing it all inside Mail, and now Audit last alive. Where is he going to be? Back inside of Docks. Click still on the hunt. Not going to get the ace. At least going to drop, but now Chattanooga, they know exactly where Audit is, and they have them trapped on either side. Nowhere is safe for Audit. Wherever you go, there's somebody watching. He's got to go big with at least one of these 1v1s.
Definitely not a great spot to be in, right? And not only does he have to go big, but also needs to find a way to get out of this site, get the bomb down, and he's only got 30 seconds to work with. So if he's going to make his move, he needs to make this move now, and that's the tough spot, because both sides are just being watched. You're completely boxed in here. Can you check the right angle at the right time? And it's just a little bit too slow, and unfortunately, UTC going to win that round out, tie us up at 1-1 here, and yeah, you weren't expecting UTC to stay down for that long, were you, Colin?
Oh, no. I mean, D-Nazi again finds first blood. The only thing is that as slow as you want to play, Click is going to get into your face as fast as possible. And he did that, and he absolutely popped off with 3 unanswered kills.
Yeah. I mean, you could slow it down as much as you want, right? And a first blood is great and all, but when you get 3 in return from Click, you know what? I'll take that every day of the week from my man. So we'll see what happens here. But DNazi back on the sniper. He's at 2 shots back-to-back rounds, and does not look like we're going to get a challenger out of UTC this round. They're just going to respect the sniper, not allow it to make a big difference here in Superior. We'll get tagged up heavily into this B site, but bomb should go down nice and easily at the moment. And they can set themselves up for a nice post-plant setup here. I would expect to see player 1 and Slim start to make that wrap back over towards Warehouse after watching this cross from the back.
Yeah, you got Superior inside the B site, 2 sitting inside Male. Player number 1, Slim, spots out Iceman on the hunt. If he shuts down this player, that's going to shut down this midway retake. There he is, no blink anymore. So Slim has full reign of that Warehouse. 22 seconds to get this in. Are they on the bomb right now? No, E-Man's not on the bomb, so he's going to hop the defuse. Looks like DNazi was going to play blocker. Slim's not going to check again, and nobody checks for E-Man.
They got
the defuse comes through midway. Okay.
Oh, man. And you know what? Honestly, that's just kind of a mistake from the UTC side. They put the bomb down in a spot where it can get stretched around the corner. And that's why you were watching that call. And I know you thought he hopped on the bomb a little bit early, but he was trying to get that bomb stretched as far as possible around that bomb so that the sniper did not become a factor inside of that round. His player that was watching over him absolutely gets dropped, but the sniper play could not find that final kill. It was just a little bit too much of an angle from the back Warehouse where you can watch over that. And there you go, Midway able to come away with another round victory, but it's been all offense here so far. Sorry, all defense here so far inside of this game. We'll see what UTC can do here back on defense for themselves. Last time it was who Clicks pushed through the middle of Male and was able to find 3. And would you look at that? There's a lot of players inside Male once again, and their component it's gonna be Clicks just sitting here, watches, and he sees across as well 2 players. So that's gonna be good information for the rest of the roster.
Nobody checks the corner. Superior finds both players going for B. Bomb down, Click and Superior still stuck inside of it. But, I mean, stuck is a loose term because it looks like they're dominating the B site right now. DNazi last alive. They're going to know he has a sniper, so it's just time to run at him. Click's going to spot him out. Here's the call to flood on in.
Run!
They hunt down DNazi. And it's just a matter of time. Goes back in. Okay, no, respectable. Goes in for the quick scope, but, I mean, that round was long over after Superior found both players inside that B site.
Well, it's National Dog Day, right? So we get to see the pack of dog mentality coming out here once again. The 4v1, it is definitely not an easy situation there, and you know I respect it as well. He goes for the quick scope. He tries to world star one of the players, doesn't end up coming through, and here comes the switch though. DNazi off the sniper now, going to pull out that AR, and once you stop finding those early picks and you get stuck with that sniper in the later portions of those rounds, it really starts to hurt your team, and it's exactly what you're starting to see here. So UTC once again going to take this bomb over towards the B site, but looking like a much more aggressive defense this time coming through from the likes of Midway.
Ooh, Red Chase hops across, but Audit's still sitting around here, so you might be able to pop up, find Red Chase, but he might be able to. He doesn't. Superior's going to shut down DNazi. Iceman goes down as well. Red Chase flies to find Audit. And Chattanooga, they're just overwhelming. They're bullying Midway right now over towards B. On this attack, this might be the first time we're seeing an attacking win. E-Man looking to keep the defensive woes alive for both teams. 41 seconds for the retake. And now that you see UT Chattanooga for this setup, I mean, there is no way E-Man could get in here with 33 seconds.
I think your only chance of this might be to get in and try to get a ninja defuse. I think that's really your only shot right now if you're E-Man, but he's going to make the play, try to go through the back of trains, back of warehouses, and it just does not end up working out there for themselves. And like you said, UTC, they'll take the first offense of the game here. And I honestly kind of liked the defensive setup there from Midway. It just kind of all fell apart on them once they lost those original opening 2 kills. They got a lot more aggressive onto the site, but at the same time, Colin, why even get more aggressive when you've successfully retaken B twice?
That's the question that I was going to kind of give to you, honestly. It's like,
it just doesn't make much sense.
It's one of those that, I mean, DNazi has found a lot of success with that sniper for First Bloods. Yes, he missed a few chances, but you know, I'm surprised that they're playing a little bit more aggressive now. DNazi, MP40 out instead of the auto, instead of the sniper, and he's already far into the enemy spawns. And he finds Superior.
I don't know how I like that, though. He gave away all of his positioning there, and so now we're going to get a 3v3 retake. Everybody on Chattanooga trying to pinch in from the sides, and it's just going to leave the last two players from Midway pretty much trapped inside the B site.
Right, Chase goes down, 2v2. Click on one side, Slim on the other. But it looks like with 25 seconds, the two of them, they're looking to hold hands to retake inside of this. Audit's going to spot Click. Down to 19 HP. And 16 seconds left. Here they come, Jesse. Click in through the window. Finds the first with the hip fire. 11 seconds, Slim finds the second, and there's going to be plenty of time for the defuse. Chattanooga, they do it again. They're going up by 2.
Oh, whoa, whoa. Plenty of time. You're right. There was 3.4 seconds. I thought he picked that up a little bit later. That's my bad. All right. I take it back. But definitely a good round there for UTC. I honestly, again, like I like that play from D Nazi, but I'll tell you where I was kind of in the middle of that round. You know, I said I was like, well, I don't know how I feel about him taking that shot and giving away his position. He took the shot on the player pushed up furthest towards the bomb site for the likes of UTC. In that situation, I would have loved to have seen him kind of slow down, back it up, and kind of wait for that to go through. And unfortunately, I think we have a player DC. So we'll have to see if we can get that player back into the lobby. But this round may have to be played out. I'm not 100% sure here.
Yeah, that's an interesting kind of argument you bring up right there, because, I mean, it's one of those situations where, I mean, if you're D-Nazi in that kind of, when you're presented with Superior just standing out in the open, I mean, you don't even need to take the kill, just information to your team.
So much information.
Let your team take care of him. Hop up into P3, try to get in behind Burning and find another player. Just more information at that point rather than giving yourself up. So, I mean, it's definitely an argument to be had, you know, for a lot of players, but just in the heat of the moment, you know, for them, it's just it's a decision that's hard to kind of think about.
Yeah, absolutely. It's one of those spots where it's like, oh, you would love to see him kind of slow down, make a different play out of that. But again, it's all hindsight, right? Like he can do that 95 times correctly, and then unfortunately there's 5 times where he'll just not use the trigger discipline and he'll take that player out. So you know what, it ends up happening. But D-Nazi absolutely, for the likes of Midway, has been the player making all of the plays right now for this roster. He's finding all those opening bloods earlier on in the game. Unfortunately, had to put the sniper away, but that play through the back, absolutely. If he makes that play, flanks in through Burning, like you were saying, and gets in behind that player top window, you could probably get the player top window along with also getting that player out towards the B site. Gives you an instant 4v2, a much easier shot at trying to retake and hold on to that bomb site. So it's a little bit tough of a situation there for Midway, but they absolutely gave themselves a good chance to be able to get in, get the job done, and we'll have to see if they can get it done after.
All hindsight. We're going to have to see, indeed, folks. We're going to get this lobby repopulated and get back into this map number 2, but we're going to cut to a break while we get things situated. We'll see you in a bit. Welcome back. We're here with the Berlin. A quick little break, but the players are all back into the lobby. And Jesse, you know, if we're mistaken, I mean, it was a pretty big lead from Chattanooga, 4-2 after that disconnect. And they're going to be starting off on attack again. Iceman, the only one here at A through the doors. Red Chase goes down, but Click here to the rescue for a 1-for-1 trade, and Slim pushes a little bit farther in favor of Chattanooga.
This is the first time today that we have seen this A bomb site even attempted to be getting this bomb down. And you can see how effective it is once this post plant setup comes on through. The bomb will go down. And now everybody on UTC, they just need to back up, make sure they've got their backs covered because they've got the complete front side of this zone completely watched right now as well. So as long as you keep all your angles covered, you get your trades, this should be a pretty easy hold for themselves here. And it's just Audit and DNAZ, they got to make a play.
It looks like he wants to be the first one to make a play, but Slim's going to catch him out through that train station. At least good for one is D-Nazi, but with 11 seconds left, there is no time to get this defuse. Chattanooga, they're going to find another round underneath their belt, Jesse, and a very confident one over to A as well.
It's going to be a 5-2 lead now for Chattanooga inside of this game. Only one round away from being able to close this one out, being able to take that 2-0 series lead. You're inside of this map and inside of this match, I should say. It's tough, right? Because Midway, it was looking good off the start. Things were looking easy. Just unfortunately, they are just kind of running into issues now with UTC. UTC, that's what, 3 rounds in a row now for themselves to go up 5-2, and now only one round away from being able to close this whole game out. But it looks like Midway, they want to answer back an A hit with an A hit of their own.
Red Chase is here. Click. Behind him, D-Nazi spots out both players. Needs a little bit of help. Drop down to 72 HP. Around the outside, will get the trade onto Red Chase, but it's too little too late. It's a 2-for-1. Has to recover this bomb. All the players of UTC have already turned around. And Click's going to find D-Nazi putting Audit in a 1v3 situation to clutch up the stay inside of Berlin map number 2. Can he do it? Has been fantastic throughout the series. There's the first. Both players, Slim and Superior, on 2 separate sides of the field. As soon as Audit peeks out, Slim's going to spot him out. Information now for Superior to turn around, pinch this one out, and suffocate Audit inside of the A zone.
He somehow found a way to sneak through the line here. So if he can get this bomb and get out.
Yes.
Oh, there's a chance here now in this round. If he can get over towards this B site, you only need 5 seconds to get the bomb down. He just needs to be careful not to get spotted out on these crosses. But he will get out. He will get away with his life here. And you can see both the players on UTC. They're like, hey, you know what? If you want to take that bomb over towards that side, I'm sure they don't even have that information that he has the bomb right now because he got it out, in and out so quickly. But now they should know. Bomb goes down over at B, and you know what? They can just try to retake this here in a 2v1. But Slim actually has a sniper, so might not be the easiest job to get a retake here.
Hey, I mean, that rat is deadly. I'm not going to put it past him just yet. 2v1, still numbers for UTC. Audit's going to have to go big on the inside. Both players flooding from the right side of the minimap. They're going to be in together. Stun's not going to check. The nade gets cooked. Neither touch Audit. He's going to be holding a close angle. He's going to be ready for this. No, Slim gets caught. Snaps the second. Oh my goodness, Audit, he does it.
Okay, so Colin, I was right there with you. I was right there with you, man, because I was like, you know what, you're right. The rat is pretty nasty inside of that spot, right? And I like my original call and saying that, you know what, he's got the sniper in hand. It's not going to be the easiest in a 2v1 in this spot. Why did he use the sniper to chow? Why in that corner? He had the sniper out instead of the pistol. If he even gets a shot or two in him there, I like that he went forward. I like that he was the first person to throw the shoulder to try to bait that, but unfortunately he gets caught out with the sniper in hand, doesn't use the pistol, and they get caught out. They don't get the round win there, but nonetheless, it is still a 5-3 lead at the moment here for UTC. Still trying to close this out. But if you're Midway, I mean, you only need 3 more rounds. You can bring this game right back. But bomb will go down. Red Chase will break the doors. And this is your post-plan setup that you 100% expect to see over on the B site.
Click shuts down the middle of the map. So both players, they got to go big on the outsides. Red Chase, though, gets the information on E-Man 1v4. The Audit, can he do it again when the odds are stacked against him? Instead of 3, it's going to have to be 4 this time. Superior is going to be met right around the outside here. Spots out both players, and he's going to go walk away with Superior. If he found Red Chase, maybe that was doable, but now 13 seconds left to get this 1v2 under wraps, and it is too little, too late. Nail in the Coffin's going to go in for Berlin map number 2, and Chattanooga, you're going to go up 2 on the series.
Somebody give my boy Audit some help here, please. Him and D-Nazi were playing very well through the start of that round, but Iceman, No Prisoner, and E-Man, we need to pick it up a little bit here towards the back half of these games. I don't know what's going on, but I mean, Denazi was doing it off the start of the game. Audit picked it up towards the back half. And
Yeah.
I mean, if this guy can clutch 1v3s, almost a 1v4 as well, you guys should absolutely be winning more rounds than 3 inside of Search and Destroy. Let me just tell you that. If you can find a few more kills on a couple of those players, maybe you're in a spot where you can take a few rounds. But you know what? It is what it is. We didn't get to see the round wins. Let's be fair. They are going up against a very good team in University of Tennessee Chattanooga. But there we go. 2-0 lead. You can see it here. And we're going to Tuscan Control next. And Control is going to play a little bit differently now because we get that new adjustment. The new patch comes through from Activision, and it's going to be a round 5 now decided on ticks as opposed to decided on kills, which is it's a great change for the state of the game because you don't just have teams pushing for kills, trying to find all this success in terms of that, and it should make things a lot more spicy, a lot more interesting when looking at trying to decide who gets that final defense.
Well, it should influence teams a lot more to push the hill rather than, stay back for lives and play that objective. So I'm excited to see, teams actually fighting for hill time and as opposed to fighting for kills on the map because, it was a little bit of a scapegoat for a lot of teams, especially when both of the maps inside of Control are heavily favored towards the defensive side. So I definitely agree. It's a big quality of life change for Vanguard, especially for this third game mode in competitive. And now that we're kind of looking at the series, going up 2-0, Chattanooga, they're looking as good as ever. Flawless still. Midway haven't been able to take down a map, but they have made it competitive in certain situations. And I'm honestly surprised that Search and Destroy ended 6-3. I thought there was a lot more chance for Midway to walk away with some maps, but I'm going to need to see some of that energy from Denazi and Audit to overlap into this Control now, because if they can play that way and, get a little bit of a spark underneath their other two players, this team can take a map off of UT Chattanooga. They need to piece together these puzzle pieces.
Yeah, for sure. And I really think it kind of comes down to all 4 players needing to step up when you're going against a team like UTC, right? Like, we've seen it in both maps now. E-Man has struggled. So E-Man needs to step up to the plate here going into this Control if they want to take a map off UTC. I think there's no question about it. When you've gone through 2 sets of rotations on Bacage, you've only got 10 kills. There's a little bit of an issue there compared to almost 40 deaths for yourselves. That's just not a very good ratio to have in terms of your kills to deaths. You definitely need to pick it up a little bit. And honestly, I don't remember seeing anything inside of that Search and Destroy to really make me think that he was standing out in any way. Maybe found a kill or 2 here or there, but nothing really stood out for me. So I think if I'm looking at Midway right now, and you're looking at one player that really needs to step it up in the back half of this series, it's going to be E-Man. And you know what? It's definitely possible. We've seen players light fires underneath them in the back halves of series before. It could very well happen here, but he's having a very rough series here so far.
He is. And I mean, UT Chattanooga, they're looking as good as ever, being one, if not the only team to be undefeated in map count right now for the Call of Duty Varsity League. And, that's something to kind of hold to your own prestige, especially going into playoffs when you're definitely going to have a lot more competition to play against than your own conference. So I'm excited to see this Chattanooga team, into playoffs. They look fantastic. This team looks elite. And, coming together into the year, I expected nothing less from a team with Click and Red Chase.
Absolutely. And I mean, right off the rip of this, something really interesting comes out. Audit and Denazi will combine for 3, and now instantly Audit's able to hop onto this site. Not something you see very often, a B hit right away, but it's going to happen right off the rip here for Midway. They know that ticks of progression are so important towards deciding that final defense now, so they say, hey, you know what, let's just try to get on B immediately and at least get a tick of progress here, but they won't be able to complete it. It was only 1 player, but what that does is it gets all the players from UTC to wrap over towards B, allowing this 8 ticks of progression to come all the way through, and this should be the A zone completely.
One last hit for UTC's. Click finds a way in last second.
Wow.
Somebody needed to watch that. I don't know how nobody saw Click run through the middle of the map, but now UTC has completely flipped this out, and Midway, they're going to have to take another shot over at B. As you can start to see these blue and yellow arrows start to race to get down into the B zone, and already there, it's Click. Finds Denazi, 2 down again for Midway. Now looking to make the wrapper on the backs. Finds Iceman looking the wrong way. And hopefully Midway, down 17-23, they can finally get this last tick of progression at A together.
Yeah, you just need to hold on to this for now. But Red Chase will come in from behind. He finds
No
all
way.
three, but they get the A zone finished. He gets 3, but the A zone is finished out there. Was a very nice play though from Red Chase. Quite typical if you ask me.
That was cool. Trying to go for 5. Finally shut down D-Nazi. Close it out, but flooding on in one by one. Superior looking to cut down the lines of Midway as they move over to B. All 4 players up. You can see Chattanooga looking to set up for this B zone. And they are all set up inside these power positions that are going to be troublesome for Midway. It's a maze right now on Tuscan to get around Chattanooga.
It absolutely is. And I think the big thing right now that you're seeing from Chattanooga is they're doing a really good job of zoning the Midway players out. They're not allowing them to pass that 50% mark on the map. Can't even get really close to this B zone at the moment with only 8 lives left. With lives not being a factor now, I would expect to see 2 more solid pushes here coming out of Midway.
Throw yourself at it at this point. See if you can find your way in. D-Nazi opens up with Click. With 2 to follow from Chattanooga, so really kind of shutting them down. Now Iceman, no prisoner, the only one pushed up for Midway. And as he drops, no more respawns for Midway. You can see Red Chase pushed up through the middle of the map, so anybody to push through this lane is going to be caught by the SMG of Red Chase, but he wants to take it right to him. Finds on it, snaps to E-Man. And 2 players left in D-Nazi and Iceman with 20 seconds to make a last play towards B. And this is going to be round number 1 to UT Chattanooga.
And yeah, D-Nazi's just going to take a dip off the map. Don't want to feed any streaks here at this point, but what was that? 3 ticks of progression at the very least to Midway inside of their first offense there. So definitely not the worst. Could be a little bit better, but UTC, they need to answer back with at least 3 ticks for themselves. Maybe a little bit more would be nice. Get a little bit of an advantage going towards the back of this, but we just all know how hard offense is to win inside of this game. So we'll see what they can do. But I feel like if anybody's going to be able to take an offense inside of this game, though, it very likely could be UTC. And already onto the A side, a much more traditional hit that you would normally see here. And they'll get set up fully here and just trying to wait for these players from Midway to now push it through the middle of the map.
Click finds 2 before going down. Red Chase a 3rd. Already 2 ticks secured inside of it. No, E-Man hops in before the second tick comes through. They find Superior here and shut this down. This is going to be a good opportunity for Midway to take back control of this series. Superior gets caught by D-Nazi. Yeah, second tick doesn't come through, so now neutralizing it, but only for a moment's case as UTC come right back off spawn, get back in control of this A zone, and now we're going to put this 3rd tick in and add another minute to the clock.
Audit's still in a position, though, where he could try to spoil the fun here, get inside, and Audit actually will find that kill. So now needs to find one more, but the zone, it gets completed. It comes all the way on through, and lives are practically even. But the big thing, Colin, between the last round into this round is that you only have a 1 life difference here for Chattanooga, but you also have 2 minutes to try to break into this B site.
Good stop by Midway. 2 players make it 3 in only 2 minutes. I mean, you'll take all that you can to really cut down this time, Jesse. So this 3 down, you're looking at them to take this opportunity now to take a little bit of control, and they get a stun on Click as well. They know a player's going to be here. E-Man, though, gets caught a little bit too aggressive, and that's the opening for UTC. Click. Okay, snaps on Iceman. 4 in a row, looking for more off the respawn. E-Man doesn't catch him either, so Click now in a very good position to shut this down. And no, he's going to go out, but still UTC inside this hill. They stop the clock at a minute 18, and Midway, they need to find a way back into the zone.
Oh, yeah, it's going to be tough as well because of the positions that you have UTC in. They're in very advantageous spots right now where Midway are just kind of being caught out. It's really up to Audit. Audit needs to go absolutely massive in the back line.
Here he is. Help of E-Man. In for the contention. Slim for 3, and Slim spiking down Midway. Can he find any more? That's 5 in a row for Slim, but doesn't find those streaks. Still Midway alive and kicking inside the B zone.
Oh, my God.
They find 3, and I don't know how they got back into that, Jesse.
I mean, I feel like if you just hide behind that barrier there, As Slim, you probably win the round out for Chattanooga in that situation. But you know what? It's all good. They're still up big in the lives. I say that, but it's only a 3-life lead now. So really not that massive, considering the fact that Midway can just hold on. They have the strong defense now set up. And honestly, if you're Chattanooga inside of this round, you've only got 54 seconds left, or sorry, 44 seconds left. You need to try to make a break, and you need to try to make it now because you need to stop that clock so you can get back inside of this hill.
Down to 4 lives, no respawns, make it 3. E-Man up top needs to go big, but Red Chase hopping on into the point, drops Midway down to 2 lives left. And they're going to stack it, put the second round in their favor. And UTC, man, I mean, they look good, but I mean, a little bit scary towards the B zone.
It definitely got a little shaky towards the end there, but I feel like they did an okay job throughout that round. I mean, they came away with the win, right? So you can't really complain. It's very hard to get wins on defense, so I'm not even going to criticize too hard. They were able to get away with it. I think the only thing I could say is maybe if Slim doesn't challenge that last gunfight and just lays behind the box, maybe they get that done a little bit sooner. But it's all good. They get the job done, and now Midway, they look to focus up now. They need to win an offensive round if they want to be able to at least see that round number 5. Get this game going a little bit deeper, but having UTC on defense, it's going to be real tough. And Slim going to try to make a break in now just to get inside of this hill and try to stop this tick from coming through. And they absolutely shut it down. A-zone not done yet. And Midway, they're going to have to readjust and re-hit it one more time.
Superior looking to cut a few more off from the respawn. He does find E-Man. Down to 24 lives is Midway. They do have an opening now on the map. Over to B zone they go. One's going to hop in. Stop the clock at 1:01. Gonna be player number 3, E-Man, all alone, drawing these players out, allowing the respawns for Midway to get over towards A. And this needs to be an iron wall setup to get this third tick. Here comes Superior around the corner. Audit's going to find him. That's another minute in the books.
Oh, you'll get 1 minute. That's it. Just 1 minute. Oh, sorry, 2 minutes. An extra minute added to the clock. That took a little bit there to kind of add it back on to try to get over towards this B site now. It's just not going to be the easiest to get inside. We've seen it in the last round. UTC had a very hard time still even getting inside of the B zone to get in, to get it done. And you know what? We'll see if they can do it here. And it's going to looking like it's going to be a hit through the front side of Church, and they want to try to hit this in from behind.
Red Chase, look at this positioning. They're coming from behind, but Red Chase is spotting this out, and you can see the rest of them flooding on through. Click's going to find not just one, but both players. Shut down that flank in full. With minute 16 left, Midway, they got to go back to the drawing board.
It looks like the drawing board is telling them, hey, you know what? Let's hit this through the top, through the bottom side of the map. Let's try to get in, try to break our way through. So far, pretty unsuccessful, and that's going to be a 4 down now. So it's just Audit pushed forward. It's going to get a player at least off guard here from UTC. It should open up the door for them to now try to make this hit once again through the Church side of the map. But take a look at Superior coming in from behind. He could really shut this play down if he makes this flank at the right time.
Midway. Fighting from the top of the minimap. Here they come around the back. All players from UTC are here, and here comes that flank that you were talking about. Superior finds 1. Superior finds 2. Slim and Red Chase take care of the front line, and UTC, they hold on again. 8 lives left for Midway. 2 more full attacks for them to take this in 23 seconds, Jesse.
Should be good here. They're looking very strong. You pretty much have one last hit at this. If you're Midway, one last solid hit at the very least before you need to just keep a player on the zone. They'll go for a 2-for-2 trade here, and this opens up an avenue to the B side, but you got to get on. You got to touch. Otherwise, you're just going to run out of the clock.
Well, nobody in a position to touch. Audit. Last chance, hops in with 0.8 seconds, already down to 13 HP. Here comes Red Chase around the corner, and that's going to be the nail in the coffin, Jesse. A 3-0 on the night for UTC. They're going to be topping their division.
They absolutely are. And honestly, I don't think it was much of a doubt here through these games. UTC, just one of the top teams inside of the Call of Duty Varsity League. It's something that we expect. And I think a big thing, though, is just not only do they kind of top their division, but 9-0 record, now 21-0 map count, undefeated on the season. Couldn't ask for a better start to your year here for the University of Tennessee Chattanooga. Now going in towards the play-ins. They'll get that first round bye, And with that first round bye, it gives you a big advantage because you can just sit back, put your legs up in your recliner, watch that first match, take your notes down, and then go in, hopefully take that match win away, and then go in towards the later half of the play-ins with that higher seed.
I'm excited, to see this team. It seems like every single time, Jesse, we see UTC, they just get better and better. And, in this one, it might not have been that clean throughout the games, in certain situations, but they do look like they have potential to, go the distance inside of the playoffs.
Yeah, absolutely. I think the big thing for this UTC roster is not only is the roster very talented individually, but they've also started to really click as a team as well. And that was something I was kind of bringing up a little bit earlier on, was the fact that, they look good, and it took them just a little bit to kind of click things together as this year went along. Red Chase was coming from a different team. Click was coming from a different team. So to see those two come together, really kind of become one coming into this roster this season, it really has shown off well. And honestly, Red Chase is in a place now once again where we say it in other leagues, but playoff Red Chase, we get to see it again here. You never know, he might be able to hit that next form once again.
And it's not even, Click and Red Chase. We knew what we were going to get out of them, but moving to a new school, I was wondering what we're going to get out of the two other players. And Superior and Slim, they have really found their own with this squad. I'm really impressed with how they've come together.
Yeah, for sure. I think the big thing, and you're seeing it a lot in that last game of Control, is that not only are both players kind of starting to click really well as well, but they're also stepping up to the level that you see from Red Chase and that you see from Click at certain points in the game. You get those pop-off moments, and that's when teams get really scary. When you have four individuals that are all very strong, that can all pop off at any point of game, that's when a team can get to that next level and really kind of become, even I'd say, like a top 10 team where you're scared to go up against them at any point in time.
Well, it's time to get ready to tell you guys a little bit about LLS. So I'm going to run us through this to get into the interview. LLS is making an impact in the cancer community, which includes leukemia survivor Tobin. After a variety of nagging symptoms, a specialist visit, and many tests later, 4-year-old Tobin and his family received news that he had leukemia, and a new reality set in for his family. Every day was a marathon of appointments, medicines, and shifting schedules. For Tobin, his parents, and two brothers, this was an intense and scary time. But having LLS in their corner to help their family connect with the blood cancer community and witness survival stories helped tremendously. They stayed focused and present, fought the war, and won. Tobin crossed the 2-year cancer-free mark in December. He is now a 9-year-old gamer who aspires to be a YouTuber. His favorite games are Minecraft, Battlefront, and Fortnite. And alongside Tobin, we recognize the LLS hero of the game as the player that made the biggest impact in the match played. Whether it was a clutch play, a sacrifice, or provided strong leadership when it mattered most, today's hero of the game, it's going to be Click. So we're going to bring him into the booth. We're going to talk a little bit about that series. And, with playoffs coming in, we're going to talk a little bit about that as well. Welcome, Click. Congratulations on the win. And I'm going to start right away. How are you guys feeling? Topping off undefeated for your division.
We're feeling pretty good about it. Hold up. The stream was playing in the background. I couldn't really hear you. But, yeah, we're feeling really good. We didn't really have too many hard games, but this was probably one of the harder ones that we had throughout our division. But, yeah.
No, for sure. And I'm going to toss you over to Jesse because, you guys looked fantastic through this whole division. Like you said, and it didn't look too troublesome for you, but I'm sure Jesse wants to pick this apart real quick.
First off, great games today. You guys looked fantastic once again. It's something that we've kind of expected to see, though, from you guys throughout the season. But my big question for you, though, is looking in towards the play-ins, looking in towards playoffs, who are a couple of those rosters that you guys are looking at that are like, hey, these guys are going to be a tough opponents to go against? Who are your like biggest opponents you think coming into the playoffs?
Probably Penn State's probably going to be one of the bigger opponents. We played them before, and we lost 3-1, I think. Another good team like Bay State and them, I know they're in this. Probably gonna be a really hard team to take down for us, but in playoffs it looks like there's gonna be a bunch of pretty good teams, so I think all the games will be pretty good.
Absolutely. So what do you think it is for you guys that you guys need to hit for that next level for you guys to be able to take on those bigger teams? What adjustments do you think against Penn State might you guys need to make for you guys to be able to go up and take the dub this time when you go up against them?
I think a lot of it would be just basically me slowing down on the map. I'm kind of a whole lot faster than my team. So I think if I can slow down and we can adjust to that playstyle, I think we'll be able to take out some really top tier teams.
Absolutely. I love to hear it, guys.
You're an animal out there, so I don't expect you to slow down whatsoever. But I can see it helping out for you guys when it does happen, and I'm excited to see when you guys do reach that level, when you guys are showing up in playoffs, because the competition is definitely going to be raised a little bit. So it's excited to see what you guys bring. So good luck, Click, when I do see you out there.
Thank you, man. I appreciate it.
All right, go have a good night. Enjoy that victory.
You too, man. Thanks for having us.
Jesse, I mean, it's not much that we expect from UTC. We knew that they're, a Titan inside collegiate Call of Duty, bring on this team. But, after talking to them a little bit, are you excited for them to make changes?
I am really excited. I honestly think that UTC, they bring up a lot of very talented teams that they're going up against. Everybody knows I'm a big believer in that Penn State team. I've had them listed as a top 5 team pretty much this entire season. So that's a very, very good roster for them to shout out there. It's going to be a tough matchup for them to go up against. But honestly, if they play together and they play as a team, you can really take on anybody inside of this league. And I thoroughly believe that. We've seen it a few weeks ago. We've seen some top teams go down in other leagues. So it's definitely possible. It's just going to be kind of up to who shows up on that day, who brings the better teamwork, and who can come out frying. And you know what? Honestly, this UTC team, they definitely have the roster to be able to capable of doing it. And you know what, Colin? I'm pretty happy with our first cast. That's when we shook that rust off a little bit. And you know what? Bring on the rest of the matches for tonight.
It's like riding a bike out here. I was not even worried, going back into the day. But you're right. I know you're pushing PSU a lot of the time, and I know that UTC are going to be bringing the heat when we are going into the playoffs. And I'm excited to see it happen, folks. But I'm also excited for match number 2 that's coming up very shortly. We're going to be there in a bit. A quick break, and we'll see you on the flip side.
I'm feeling real happy about that. I kind of hope we go the full 5 here in this series.
Oh, you want to see Bocage?
I mean, we get the Tuscan and we get a Bocage possibly for S&D. So yeah, it could be really, really interesting. But we're already hopping in. Ain't wasting no time here inside of this series. And you know what? Already calling it's another Bocage. And honestly, I'm expecting to see a much closer Bocage than we saw in our last one.
Well, we get to see off the break who's going to control things for the flip. As Barton College starting off towards Grandma, they're going to be wanting to traverse their way through, uproot Full Sail from the hold that they have right now, and see if they can flip out these spawns. Already have, basically, Full Sail spawning out deep into Grandma's. Navi's going to find Taz, and that's it. 4 down. It's going to be the full flip for Barton College.
I'm just gonna say at that point, if you're Taz and you're still looking and holding that line, and all your teammates are coming off spawn like, hey, we spawned out, you might want to turn around. There might be some people behind you, but you know what? Maybe the communication was not fully there, and Taz unfortunately will bite the dust because of it. That's a great break from Barton College. They break the spawns, they break right inside of the hill, and now starting to gain a little bit of time for themselves. But we all know the more important part of this game is trying to lock down those spawns for P2, and they absolutely have up to this point.
As they have 20-5 off the start. Locking down P2 for a second was Full Sail, but Barton College get in just like that. Pay attention to your minimap. You see Pluto wrapping around the back spawns for Barton, and he's definitely going to be in a position to pull things out for Full Sail. They have no idea. Everybody spawns up for Full Sail. First kill is going to come through for Novi. All of a sudden, Barton, they have to turn around to take care of these players, but still not aware that the hit's coming out. Full Sail, they get into the second hill, and they clear out Barton College.
Absolutely do. It's a great break from Full Sail from the back, and it's really just all in that play from Pluto. Able to get that big swing of momentum, flip the spawns out a little bit, but instantly Barton from the front, they break right back in, and look at it, Full Sail. They're just chalking the time. They say, hey, you know what? You take those back 10 seconds. We need to play for these spawns over at the new hill.
Going to be there first, but Barton not too far away. Spider-Man and Lavelle break things open with a quick 2-3 go down for Full Sail, so gonna need to come out big here is Taz as he escapes up to the attic. Spawns for Full Sail are gonna be out towards that P2, so they have to run it all the way across the map, and when they do, they get in, they clear out Barton, and Novi, the last one standing here, they know exactly where he is. What a good break from Full Sail Armada.
And I mean, that's two hills in a row now, right? Where you get early time going to Barton, Full Sail able to break right back in. But speaking of trends that we've seen, Barton College not going down without a fight. They break in from the front once again, and this is an interesting spot to be in now for Barton, because if you can hold this from the front, keep Full Sail spawn in the back, you can hold on to those spawns for the next hill as well, but the spawns will end up flipping out. But you got to imagine these back 20 seconds very likely to go the way of Barton here. You might get a contest here and there, but it's looking very, very strong here for these back 15.
Very strong for Barton in general for that break, considering they had to break Full Sail's early rotation, and being up by 20 going into this fourth hill, their retakes have been strong, so looking to do it again here when they step up to the plate. Full Sail, who's already set up inside the barn, coming out with the early wave of kills. Taz to find Court Slay, so it's 3 down from Barton College. Setting up once more from the bottom of the mini-map, but it's Lavelle to break in for the first. He gets up top. Second one in for the contention. Court Slay is going to find Shadow. Sliding on in comes Barton College. Can they find the kills? Indeed, a few, but not enough to break it just yet. Jesse, Court Slay just trying to keep a toe in for now while Barton College comes off spawn into Grandma's. It's going to be another hit needed just to break into this barn hill, and here they come. Spider-Man, Lavelle, they find 2, 3 go down. Shadow, the last one alive in here, and he turns to the knife to take the kills. He's not going down without a fight.
Absolutely. Barton able to get right back inside of the hill now, and unfortunately, we did have colors wrong at the start of that one, so it was actually Full Sail that was off to that early lead there, but we flipped the sides around. The colors will still be incorrect on the mini map, but for the time being, just keep your eyes on the blue team will be the orange, the orange team will be the blue. But I know it's a little confusing. We'll try to keep you guys as up to date with it as possible here as we continue on inside of this map. But you know what? we gotta roll with the punches. We gotta keep things going here in the Call of Duty Varsity League, and it looks like Barton College trying to hit this one from the front side of the hill, trying to make their way in, but it's still going to be Full Sail, just sitting inside, racking up the time for the time being.
Going to keep their lead steady. Barton still spawning up in the back, so they're going to be able to hit this quick. You need control of the top of the map. You can see Lee Brynel working for that, but all 4 players working on 4 different individual gunfights. Novi sneaks on in, but Barton College, they find the necessary kills. They kind of break in really easily, Jesse, and they should be able to tie this one up, even flipping out Full Sail back into the back grandma setup.
Yeah, it's a big break. You're absolutely correct. We could end up seeing a tie game at the end of our first set of rotations. And honestly, Colin, what did we say coming into this one? I said I was expecting a much closer map than what we saw on map 1 of our last series. It's exactly what we're getting. 1 point, not even 1 point after the first set of rotations. An exact tie, 87 apiece. Sidney Crosby's number would be absolutely proud right now.
Just Canadian things.
Just Canadian things. Absolutely.
95 to 80. Full Sail, they do have a comfortable lead now going into the second set. On Bocage, comfortable, I'd say. You can see Barton looking to work to hold on to these spawns for now. Finding the majority of kills. Pluto and Shadow show up. Pluto drops down to find a third as well. So not allowing Full Sail out of Grandma's just yet, Jesse. This is looking good off the first set of kills for Barton College, but I mean, Full Sail Armada, they had a good lead. Now it's gone. Tie game. They're going to need to work on finding some kills and taking control of the top of the minimap now.
And Barton, they're doing a good job once again of trying to just focus their full spawns on getting these P2 spawns. But again, from the back, Lavelle's going to make a sneak play in from behind. It's just going to leave Shadow all by themselves in the back here. Now they do still spawn a bottom river, though, so they can try to reinforce on the bottom side of the map. But the pinch is in, and they very well could end up just getting completely shut down and spawned out here.
Full kill feed of Full Sail, Jesse. Right now. Finally a break from Pluto. You're going to need a Shadow to go big in the back line if you're Barton College. You have a pinch set up, and let's see if the execution is going to be on point. Shadow finally coming around the back. Is going to find the player inside that shed. A second one as well, but still split kill feed. Shadow doesn't pay off, so Full Sail Armada, they find the necessary kills. They take care of that flank, and now flipping out Barton College all the way back barn. They're going to have the better rotations over to Grandma's.
Yeah, that's great for them and all, but it might not be the best case scenario now. Barton, or Full Sail is just going to spawn up super close towards the next hill. They can just get reinforced, get right back in. And, I mean, with only 10 seconds left, you don't want to flip the spawns at that point, and you're seeing exactly why here. It's going to be Full Sail, first team inside the hill, first team set up, and now Barton, once again, having a break.
See if the break is good. One or two players. It's a 2v3 in the inside. Lavelle stops the cross through Zigzag. Luda the only one in for the contention, but again, it's Lavelle to find him. 5 in a row for Lavelle. 31 and 11, having a game on Bocage right now. You know, outslaying everybody in this lobby, Jesse, and making it look simple now. 6 in a row, gets that strafing run into the pocket, but already has full streak, so it doesn't matter too much.
Yeah, Lavelle 100% starting to take this game over. Like you said, already has full streak, so can really just kind of run around with their life. Keep trying to create as much havoc as possible. But Barton, I mean, they were able to try to get inside. It's not going to lead to any time here for themselves. And Full Sail, once again, pretty much puts together a full 60. And what was once a tie game at the end of the first set of rotations, after 3 hills, we get pretty much a 60-second lead here now for Full Sail.
The biggest lead we've seen so far. Barn College fighting from the bottom of Barn. Find a few kills to get back into this. How long can they hold on? You can see Full Sail spawning up towards Shed. We'll be able to reinforce this right away off the respawns. And coming in for that retake. In for the contention is Lavelle. Shadow trying to make a play around the outside, but he gets caught by a nade. Spider-Man finding 2 on the inside. And when the dust settles here, its number is 2. Full Sail inside of the hill. Stun's going to be out. Allows Navi, Lavelle to make a play. Full Sail come tumbling on in. And if they would have cleared it out, if not for Lee Brynel coming out with a hot 3 in a row to take over Barn.
But again, Barton, they're going to get the break at the worst time. Look across the map. Full Sail just says, hey, you know what? You go right ahead. We'll just get the full setup over towards New and try to continue to run away with this game here. It's just Shadow, the only player really anywhere near this hill right now for Barton. And Shadow goes massive. Finds 2 in the back. And now Barton might actually be able to rotate and kind of pin these 2 hills together.
Has to be a little frustrating for the early setup from Full Sail. You wanted to push your lead a little bit farther, but now a chance for Barton to take things into their own hands. Surrounding this hill at the moment. finding the kills, but they need to get Spider-Man out there. Finally, Lee's going to take him out. So 3 go down. They're going to hop into this hill. One last remaining player, Lavelle, all the way up top. Taz is going to take him out. Barton College, they have control of the hill full sail. Flooding on in from the high ground. With that high ground, they are going to have a little bit of an advantage. They open up with 2. Last 15 seconds to play for. Lavelle invests a shriek, clears it off, and they're going to wipe the floor with Barton inside this P5 and walk away with scraps.
Yeah, now this is where Lavelle and Full Sail can start to take that bigger lead that we saw. So it's still going to be a 40-point lead. Might not be that full 60 that we saw a little bit earlier on in this game, but still a good chunk of time here for themselves. And these 3 hills is really where they started to take over the game. Hills 1, 2, and 3, and already gaining a decent amount of time here on hill 1 for themselves. But you can already see Barton, they're trying to make their way back in. They don't want to go down without a fight.
I mean, it's Bokosh. You're never really out of the count here, especially in a 30-point lead. So Barn could be where you bring things back. It just needs to be clear. Down by 2, down for 3. Full sail. Burning the clock right now. 54 seconds. Navi hops in to stop this clock. Cleared out immediately. Pluto finds 2 in a row, so so Barton College are going to be able to step foot inside of this hill for the moment. What they really want, though, Jesse, is they want to find these kills behind Barn. They want to flip this out for this P2.
But they're not doing a great job of it right now. Full Sail going to be the first team once again set up, and I think that's all 3 times we've gone towards this hill. It has been Full Sail, the first team here, the first team set up. But the big thing that happened in the first set of rotations was Pluto was able to make that big flank play in from behind, but not even doing it by himself this time. He has 3 teammates with him. They can try to make this play in through the back, but it's going to be tough. They find 2, and it's just not looking like it's enough as the spawns still come in for Full Sail close.
211 to 187. Fighting from the front now is going to have to be Barton College to take over. Lee Bridle makes the full wrap around with Taz. Opens things up for Barton to step into this hill and start collecting time, but how long can they hold on for? They're going to need to clear out these Full Sail respawns, and they're going to need to make it look clear, very clear, as well as just going to hop into the contested spot. Full Sail fight back into it. 19 seconds to collect. They can't win it here. They can get close, Jesse, especially when there's only 30 seconds to play for.
Barton, they can absolutely do this. They just need to make sure Full Sail keeps spawning up on the left. You can't give up the remainder of this time along with not winning these rotations, and this should be interesting to see where they spawn in at, and the squad spawns do come through, so not only do they get the scrap time, they also get initial at the new hill, but the big thing you got to keep your eye on right now as well is that game clock's down to 16 seconds, so realistically, all Full Sail need to do here is just try to keep this hill contested for as long as possible.
Navi in through the window, finds the beatdown. 3 down, 4 for Barton College. Pluto keeping it alive, though. Alone inside the hill, pushing for the respawns, finds Lavelle at the front. Taz takes care of business on the inside. Only down by 20, Jesse. This is doable. 10 seconds to hold on for. Here comes Full Sail again through a zigzag. They find the kills on in. Lavelle for a 3rd. They barrel on through this hill, and they're going to take back control of Grandma's. They want to put this away here.
And they just step off the hill. If they stay everybody off the hill, they can close this game out here. 1 second left, but Lee, he will get in. I thought that was going to stop the time, but they must have contested from the other side, and that's going to do it. Full Sail hold on barely to take map number 1.
That was not pretty. It was not clean, and it was a battle of attrition between Pluto and Lavelle, man. I mean, you look back at the score a little bit, Lavelle putting up numbers for Full Sail University. But, I mean, Pluto on the opposite end was doing everything that he could do for Barton College. And to be honest, I think Barton College were playing better together than Full Sail were. It was just those pop-off moments from Lavelle that were just putting them a little bit over the edge.
Yeah, Lavelle really won that game for Full Sail. That big stretch of hills in that second set of rotation, 1, 2, and 3, when he really popped off, found those full streaks, and then was able to kind of rise the team with himself playing so well inside of that map, really is what kind of closes that out for Full Sail there. And they got really close towards the end. If Barton is able to hold off one more push from Full Sail, Barton's probably able to close that game out and put it away. But you saw what Full Sail did on their very last hit. Everybody just kind of grouped up. They hit it together. It wasn't just the Lavelle show. So as much as I want to be like, yo, Lavelle kind of won that game for them, let's also be honest here. We got to give credit where credit's due. They did really group up as a team, make that final hit, and won the game as a complete unit. So shouts to them. great game there out of Full Sail to come out, take that map one. Like you said, wasn't the cleanest, but they got the job done at the end of the day. And now we look towards Tuscan Search and Destroy. And this map should be really interesting between these two teams.
I mean, Jesse, you said that Bokash, it was going to be a lot closer than our first matchup. And it was. And now I'm looking at Tuscan to be the same case. I mean, like I was saying, is that I think that Barton College, they were really playing together a lot more than Full Sail University was. And you can use that in Search and Destroy definitely to find an opening. Even on Tuscan, I mean, that B zone, if you can work together as a full four, use the power of teamwork to overwhelm your opponents here if you're Barton College. Because this team, it looks like they're on the same page. Now it's time to use that.
Yeah, absolutely. And I always say it, but good teamwork can beat talent when talent doesn't work hard, right? Or something like that. I can't remember the exact saying I always say, but it is what it is. I'm kind of in shambles from having those names a little bit flipped around there inside of that first game. It's hard work beats talent when talent doesn't work hard. There it is. All right, we got it done. We got the quote out there. But I think that when you're looking at this and you're looking at this overall game for these two teams, going to Tuscan, it's going to be interesting to see because we get those new spawns on defense, right? Before it was a little bit harder. Offense always got towards that A bomb site first. Now this kind of opens some new avenues up for the defense. The defense might be able to hit it out towards that outer monument a little bit quicker on a lot of these rounds now, where you can't just get set up with a sniper out there if you're on offense, where you can just completely watch that side of the map. I don't think the A hit will be as easy as it was before, but also teams have also gotten so accustomed to having to retake the A site that they might just even allow the A hits to still come through and just go for retakes like they normally do.
It's going to be interesting. I think, on all maps for Search and Destroy, having just a little change like this can throw off so many timings that have been cemented through the start of this. So I would definitely love to see, teams kind of utilize this for a chance to not allow that retake towards A, because it's definitely hit or miss for a retake oftentimes. If you let that post plant setup happen, it's not an easy one to break. So being able to put pressure towards A, I would seize that opportunity if I was these teams.
Oh yeah, for sure. You need to try to get as much pressure onto that A site as possible. Kind of play with it a little bit here, because you really don't know what to expect unless you've been scrimming a lot in these last day and a little bit. But since the new patches come out,
very long,
you're not gonna know exactly how to hit up towards that A site. So, I mean, might not be comfortable enough with being able to full force and fly at the hill yet. But still, I think you got to give it a try in this map. At least kind of throw caution to the wind. At least one round just to see, like, hey, how fast can we get to this site? Oh, look at that. We're here so quickly. Let's just kind of try to storm through this team. Don't let them get that easy plant down on the site, because now we can actually fight it. And honestly, Colin, what this might actually end up doing as well, because the defense can get here so much quicker now, might even open up more avenues towards the B site, because teams might not want to just hit towards A and get that easy plant down as quickly as possible, because it's not going to be that easy.
I mean, there's always so much speculation that we can make, Jesse, but I mean, there's only one way to find out, and that's watching these teams actually do it. I'm excited to see Tuscan, come out on this, so let's hop into it. Let's see if that change is definitely going to change things up over for the A site, and I'm curious even more to see if the attackers are going to realize that and take a little bit more of a swing towards B. Starting off with attack, it's going to be Full Sail Armada, as they're actually going to pick this bomb up, and it looks like we're getting a round 1B hit.
It's funny, right? That it just kind of opens up those avenues, but Taz is here to watch. We'll see one player on the cross and just completely backs up. I kind of like this play because you just don't give away your life, but you kind of just leave by themselves now, though, and that's going to be first blood. Bomb very possibly could go down here as well.
I like the idea to play your life, but you're going to need to put some pressure on for those players so that Lee can have a little bit more leeway inside of that. But Taz, he gets back through. He's already lost his whole team. As soon as he peeks out, everybody on Full Sail, they are ready to take him down. And we're going to see Navi taking down the last kill, and he got 3 in that round. Full 3-0 for Navi.
Yep. Lee with a little leeway. I see what you did there. I see you, Colin. Coming in with those it's a little cheeky. It's all right though, but actually, Colin, just noticing this right now, you can actually see how far pushed up the defense is compared to where
You
they used to be.
can.
Like they used to be spawning behind that tank on the right hand side. Now spawning in front of it. It's like only a couple feet, but look at the difference it makes. The battle for middle map so much quicker here on this map, but it will still be the offense coming away with the first blood, and now able to get this bomb down over towards this A site. And it looks like Full Sail just kind of trusting their retake and how they want to retake this site.
Lee found his way into church. He was able to take down Navi, so a little bit more comfort for Barton on this post plant. Looks like Lee is going to make the full wrap around top broken. Have eyes on this post plant. Well, Lavelle retaking with the sniper. Not going to be the easiest case. 25 seconds to work with. Full post plant setup here for Barton College. Both players on Full Sail fighting from the top of the mini-map. And first blood from Lavelle to even this up into a 2-on-2. But no time to make this happen. Only 11 seconds. They need to go fast. Courtsley gonna hop the bomb, but Pluto's already in a position to shut this down. Barton College will walk away with the second.
Now, I'm not going to lie, Colin. When we go into this one, I just want your opinion on this. I'm not really a big fan of seeing Lavelle pull out the sniper and being on the sniper myself. I feel like that is a player that you do not want to be slowing down after the map they just had in map number 1.
No, I agree with you. I mean, give him the MP40. Let him fly.
Just
I
run
mean,
rampant, exactly.
He was all over Barton College in that first game. Why give him a leash?
Yeah, why slow him down? That's exactly what I'm looking at right now for Full Sail. I think he needs to be that player to be pulling out an AR, pulling out a sub, just doing something. You can't bottleneck yourself by having a sniper in hand. But speaking of those defenses, getting towards A so much quicker, Barton College just takes complete control of middle of the map, and now Full Sail in a rough spot, but they do still hold that top portion of the map, so this bomb still could very well go down at the A site.
Lee hesitant to make this play as the bomb is going to go down. Courtsley to deliver. Losing out on Navi. That's going to leave this a little bit thin. Coming around the outside now. Looking to make a play as Lee finds Spider-Man watching over Courtsley. Bomb does go down, but a heavy hit to make it happen. And look at that retake around the outside. It's Pluto. Lee finds Courtsley. Pluto finds Lavelle. And a 4-0 flawless round for Barton College to go up 2-1.
Colin, it's so crazy to see just how moving a spawn 5 steps closer can completely change up a map. Because when you look at that, the defense got to middle of the map so much quicker than they used to the point where Full Sail was not even able to step foot inside of the middle of the map in that situation. What that does is it kind of leaves everybody pinched up towards upper courtyard, or sorry, up towards the monument side of the map, towards that upper A site. And you're just kind of pinched there. Everybody on Barton takes middle of the map. Everybody pinches on the site, and you're just stuck. You can't go anywhere in that situation. And it looks like we're about to get another middle of the map scrap once again.
Well, Lavelle goes down to Lee. Shots on Navi, not going to be there. Barton College now with numbers and full control of the A site, whereas Full Sail Armada is still sticking Courtsley over towards B. Will the other two reside just outside of church?
All right, Lee.
Maybe a disconnect coming out from Pluto, and Lee needs to get that bomb back. So that's going to even us up 3-3 for the retake, Jesse. And yeah, so we're going to end this one out, it looks like. And yeah, Pluto gets a timeout. I was like, what is happening?
I was so confused, yeah.
But no, you know, Lee had to get his way in to get that bomb. You get the bomb, you go to put it down. Evens up in the 3-3, but they're going to end this one out, which I'm surprised. I thought they would have had to play that round out. But we're going to have to figure out from our admins what the call is for that one.
Yeah, for sure. We'll get all that stuff situated, and we'll be able to find that out for you. But yeah, Colin, a couple of those spots though from that map. I mean, Tuscan looks like it plays so differently now, and I mean the color caster in me, I'm like, oh, I get to learn all the new timings and all this new stuff, and I'm just very excited to keep watching this map go through.
I know how excited and giddy you are to get through this, Jesse, but we're going to have to cut to a little bit of a break to get these players back in and get Tuscan underway once more. So, folks, stay tuned. You're watching the Call of Duty Varsity League. We'll be back with Tuscan Map 2. Welcome back, folks, as we are hopping in with round number 4 after the disconnect. Barton College are up 2-1 as they're going to be going back onto the offense. Losing on first blood, though. Novi going to pick this one up, Jesse.
That's another one of those times, middle of the map. You get there that much quicker on defense, and it's going to be a first blood here for Full Sail. And actually, what am I saying? Novi's on the outside. Novi was able to get that first blood on the right, but you know what? They still got to that spot just that little bit quicker towards Upper Monument, and that's the defense just completely taking control of the middle of the map and not allowing the offense to get anywhere near this bomb site. Teams are going to need to start adjusting very quickly.
They're going to have to change around something fast because these defensive rounds, I mean, you look at Barton College just getting a flawless one prior to that, but Full Sail answering back with the exact same thing. Lavelle and Novi, they went 2-0 in that round. Nobody else to drop. So back onto the offense. Let's see if something changes here for Full Sail Armada. And already you can see Lavelle a lot more patient off the draw, trying to catch somebody getting a little aggressive through mid, but nothing presents itself too far. Full Sail Armada, they get onto the A site, but yet to get this bomb down.
This is an interesting call, too. So Pluto going to make his way through the broken apartments now.
Pluto.
And just wants to try to make their way through the back, but Lavelle has sniffed this play out perfectly. And, oh no, Pluto does not check it, or maybe checks it a little bit, but just doesn't check it enough. And bomb will go down at the A site, and now you need a 2v4 retake here if you're Barton, and this is definitely not where you want to be. Slow peeking around this corner. Court will get the information, and Shadow just has to back up. They know they can't re-challenge this.
Shadow slides in, down to 6 HP. You need Taz to go big, but he's going to fall as well. 2 flawless rounds out of Full Sail Armada as they have really turned it around, Jesse. I mean, after you talking about needing to see adjustments in the offense, well, Full Sail, they completely slow things down. Lavelle plays all the way deep back into their spawn and catches Pluto. Big adaptations coming out from FSU.
Yeah, it's something that you can really do, right? Like when you're in that spot and you make the teams kind of push forward, you make them get into your zone, get them way too aggressive. You can really catch teams off guard. And look at Barton, a very different play call coming through. They're going to send all 4 players in through middle of the map and right over towards the command center side. But because you get to the middle of the map so quick as the defense now, Spider-Man was already in a situation, in a spot to try to slow that down, and will come away with at least 1.
Looks like they still want to take a swing for B, but Full Sail have completely wrapped around. Lavelle going to be sitting up onto the bridge to watch that cross, but full wrap here from Barton, heading back over to the A site. I don't mind this call. I mean, the fact that it took too long, it's just, you know that that B site is already on lock. Go take your chances towards A. 42 seconds to make this happen. Novi's going to spot this one out. This would be bad. If Pluto drops this bomb, it's going to be troublesome, but he's going to take the long way around to get this bomb down.
Yeah, Full Sail kind of getting caught off here. As you can see, Barton, just like you said, they make that full wrap back over towards the A site once they lose that first player. Now you need to play for a retake here, and you're in a good spot if you're Barton to really try to shut this down. But actually looks like Pluto's going to get aggressive, and it works out well. They get the kill. They get away with their life. That could have gotten very, very poorly, though, if they end up falling there.
2v3 for the retake, 28 seconds. Both players pushing through the monument side of the map. Pluto, or Taz this time, coming through church, is able to get Court Slay, but Lavelle's still alive. They know where he is. They clean him up. And big plays coming out of the aggressive AR and SMG of Barton College.
I know it might be a little bit confusing again here, but because we dropped a player, if you guys are just joining us here, this is not a 2-1 lead at the moment for Full Sail. It's actually a 3-3 game at the moment, because when we cut originally, it was a 2-1 lead for Barton. So both teams right now just trying to play till 6. It's going to be at 3-3 at this point here inside of the game. And actually, I guess both teams just kind of playing up until 4 for Barton. And I believe Full Sail will have to hit 5 to get the game win. Correct me if I'm wrong there, Colin, but I think that's where we're at right now.
Seems about right. Back onto the attack for Full Sail Armada. Bomb again going over towards A. It seems like Barton College well aware of this, looking to make the adaptations to completely overwhelm them as soon as that bomb goes down, but
I mean, if they can get set up again like how they were in the last round, I mean, Barton couldn't get anywhere near defusing this bomb.
Here they come. On the top of the map, Pluto cuts right through mid, finds Courtsley. Still putting some emphasis on this flank. Taz finds Spider-Man all alone. 2 players left for Full Sail Armada. Lavelle finds 1. Navi a second. That's going to put Pluto last alive in a 1v2. 18 seconds left. Good for 1. But now in a 1v1 versus Lavelle. And look at Lavelle's positioning. All the way top. Burning has eyes on the bomb. He's going to do one better. He's going to hop right out. Run through the middle of the map. He knows the time's on his side. He's just got to check the bomb and win the round.
I don't even know why Pluto hops that. He had no time to get the defuse. I mean, maybe some mind games coming on in there, but nonetheless, Full Sail, they get the job done, and those are your 2 big hitters, right? Coming up big once again for your team in Lavelle and Navi. They've both been playing very strong throughout the second map here, and 6-2 and 6-1 after a reset. Definitely can't complain about either side right now from either of these 2 players on this Full Sail team. We'll see what they decide to do here on defense, but so far their defenses have just been so strong with mid-map control. And once again, you catch a player in Lee out pushing through middle of the map, and that was a time that would not have happened 2 days ago.
Lavelle made the best out of the situation, Jesse. Again and again. Look at this Navi. Watching out her monument. Shadow's going to get caught peeking a little bit too far. Dropping Barton College now into a 2v4, forced to make a play to try to pull some kills back. Pluto gets aggressive to take Navi down and trade it. 2v3 for the bomb going down.
And Pluto will get this down over at the A side, so this is definitely
Love
still very
this.
possible. And Pluto actually pushes straight in towards Church, and this cuts off so much of the map, so much potential. Oh, he didn't spot the player. Oh, no.
Worry not. He's still in behind Jesse. They have no idea. Both players looking forward. The shots ring out a little bit too quick. Still finds Lavelle, but now in a 1v2. Spider-Man gets away. Sitting behind this bomb, Hetty. Making it a 1v1. Spots at the last. Trying to get away with time. 16 seconds to play for. Courtsley has to get this kill just to get this bomb down, but it looks like Pluto hightails it out of there, gets out of dodge, and wraps back around to the bomb to find the round win.
How did Pluto get the first in that spot, let alone all 3 kills to bring it back and tie us up at 4-4 here inside of the game? You just can't let that happen if you're Barton. That was a little bit of a breakdown of a round there. I'm sorry if you're Full Sail, but Barton able to bring that one right back and tie us back up at 4-4. Both these teams really popping off in certain spots, but also really struggling in other areas inside of this brand new map, it feels like, right now playing Tuscan. But we'll see here. Yeah, Navi able to find that first blood once again. This time it's an offensive first blood, though, so bomb should be opened up to go down over at the A site.
This should be going down comfortably. If I'm Barton College, I'm not doing anything at all. Maybe Pluto can find a kill, but instead, Pluto's going to back up. Taz is going to find the kill through top bunks. That's going to even us up 3-3.
Pluto's back in that spot again to try to shut things down. They have not allowed for this bomb to go down yet, and Pluto's going to cook the nade, try to drop it onto A, and it's a perfect nade. Now on 5. Maybe even looking for some streaks here. You need 7 for the glide.
Novi peeks on out. They know Pluto's through mid. But even more, that's information on positioning for Full Sail. If you're Courtsley, you haven't had the best game so far, sitting 0-3 after the reset. A big chance to pull things back, but Navi puts them in such a good position. Finds the kill on the Taz. Pluto last alive here, 20 seconds to finesse your life. Of course, going to pick up the bomb. Barely makes it in the back. Navi cuts through mid. Takes some damage. Pluto's still in this.
Oh, no,
Courtsley gets the bomb down. Pluto's going to find the first. Doesn't spot out Navi. It's a dancer on the outside. He has no idea. He's just sitting around the box. Both these players just trying to find the better of each other. It's finally Navi with the pistol to take the round win for Full Sail Armada.
I cannot believe these rounds that we're seeing right now, Colin. The way that timings are working in the ends of these rounds is so unfortunate for some of these players. I thought Pluto was going to do it once again there, but unfortunately just could not catch a timing to save their life in the back half of that round, and the streak only going to end on 6, only on the fighter pilot, and unfortunately that is G8 at the moment, so very doubtful that we see that come on through. No glide bomb That should make things very interesting towards the back, but this is going to put us on match point now. For Full Sail, they can take the map, try to close this one out. But we will get that first blood here for Barton, trying to force us into a round 11.
Lavelle opens up again, first blood. Bomb went down, 3v3. The time in the hands of Barton College, but look at this play from Full Sail. They're going to send 2 players all the way onto the flank. Barton College, they're going to need to recognize this at some point. But down a player just now. Where do you reinforce your resources? Well, Lee's going to find Spider-Man in the back. Evens us up into a 2-2. Lavelle coming right through the middle of the map. Finds Taz right up close and personal. 1v1. Lee versus Court Slay. 0-4, but this could be your savior for Full Sail. You got 10 seconds to make a play. You got to go fast. Lee, right around the bomb. You can find this kill, but no longer. Time is going to take under 7.5 seconds. So Barton College are going to send us to a round 11.
And if you're Lee, you pretty much just played that perfectly. You sat in the right spot where as soon as you checked at the bomb with 7 seconds left, you realize, hey, you know what? They can't win this. That's perfect. We can just wrap off, push back, set it up, and try to close this one out once again. And Colin, I cannot believe that we are getting a round 11 out of these two teams right here. I mean, I kind of can after how close our map number 1 was. Only, what, an 8-point game between the two in map 1. Now round 11 here in map number 2. Full Sail looking to clutch up once again. They did it once before. They can absolutely do it again here. You need a little more out of court, though, in the back halves of this game here. You need at least a kill after the reset inside of this map. We'll see what can happen, but it looks like Barton is just going to completely give up the A site, and this is something that we've seen happen a lot more, Colin, before the change of the bomb sites came through. It looks like they just want to play for a full retake.
I know we were putting a lot of pressure on Court Slay right now, but you can't look past Shadow right now. 0-7 in the agency, Jesse.
Oh, absolutely.
You're going to need big things from both of them. Bomb goes down for Full Sail, so time's going to be in their hand. And just look at this. Quiet inside Tuscan. Oh, no, Shadow. Not the stun you want to have, but Barton, they're going to be looking to set things up, and that's going to make it even harder. Lavelle finds Taz. Pluto drops the strafing run to even it up. You need that kill onto Lavelle. You need that kill onto Lavelle, but Pluto's got to go big now in a 1v3 around the back. Lavelle doesn't know he's coming up from behind. 17 seconds now, Pluto. 1v2. Can you make this happen? Chasing these players into the back line, but it's going to be shut down by who else but what looks like Court Slay to close out this game number 2. Full Sail Armada, they're winning it out.
Let's go, Court. Able to get that final kill there. Get some damage on the board and get the final kill to close the game out. Take that 2-0 lead here for Full Sail. And I mean, what a close series we have had here so far throughout this. I mean, an 8-point, 227 to 219 game in map 1, followed by a 6-5 in map 2. You really can't ask for much more of a close series. And Pluto, I don't know, man, about that streak usage. I just got to say, you break GAs, it's never a good look. But you know what? They call it in the round 11. They said, hey, you know what? We got this streak. Might as well invest it here in this spot. But that streak sometimes can definitely do more harm than good. And it did not end up working out at the end.
Well, after 2 maps, like you said, Jesse, 2-0, and it's heartbreaking. Heartbreaking if you're Barton. I mean, moments to find Bocage, moments to find Tuscan, and you think you have the world in your hands, but you just slip up a little bit, and you've dropped it all over the floor, and you're just sad at this point. And like I said, heartbroken that you're not even finding one of these 2 games. Full Sail Armada, this could easily be a 2-0 the other way, or even a 1-1 in this series. So going into the Gava 2 control for map number 3, I wouldn't feel the most confident for this 2-0 right now for Full Sail. There is still a chance for Barton College to pull this back. Each game has been neck and neck. Job's not done yet. You still need to focus on what's coming up next.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Job is 100% not done for either one of these 2 teams here yet. I mean, Full Sail, you've won by a total of 9 points through 2 different games, and that's counting a hard point. So definitely not a big lead here throughout this series so far. Barton absolutely has every potential in the world to be able to bring this one back, but hey, maybe Full Sail just might be a little ice here right now, Colin. You never know. They've got the clutch factor inside of them at the moment. In that first map, they needed that big break. What happened? They got the break. They got the job done. In map 2, they needed that round 11 victory, and they were down going into the replay. They came back. They get the job done. Full Sail's just clutching up when they need to right now.
All you need is the clutch factor sometimes. Sometimes the clutch factor is the only thing that teams need to take these wins. But, I mean, Full Sail, going to need a little bit more, if you're going to want to win against other teams. But, against Barton, it's your recipe to success right now. What you've been doing, it has been good. Now, the one thing that's going to be interesting inside this Gavitu control, Jesse, for both of these squads is the pacing that they play at, because now you don't have those kills to play for that round 5. And I think, Tuscan, it definitely changed up a little bit, but I think Gavitu is where things are going to change a lot for this new rework inside of Control. And I'm excited to see what happens. A little bit of a glimpse inside Gavitu Control with Tix representing who gets round number 5. This is going to be one that I'm excited for.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting, right? Because like when you look at the overall of kind of thing of the maps and how everything has been kind of changed out with that new adjustment coming through, like you were alluding to, I think the big thing when you're looking at it is Gavutu is going to be interesting because we've seen more and more teams focusing towards that B site right off the rip, which you don't really see so much on Tuscan, but it is happening more and more. So if you can get a couple ticks there and then find a way to get the full 3 ticks over at A, if you find 5 ticks in a round, even if you don't win that round, that is a good, solid effort out of your roster towards trying to get that final defense because of it going down to ticks now. So being put in that spawn trap won't be the worst thing anymore, except for the fact you'll probably lose the round. But if you find a good amount of ticks off the start, you know what? I think job done, right?
I don't think I've ever heard somebody kind of pair the words being spawn trapped and not so bad in the same
I mean, it might
Jesse.
not be, though, at that point. Like, if you get a tick or 2 over on the other side and then are able to get another 3 over on the A side, I mean, it might not be that bad of a situation. That's all I'm saying. Like, it might not be the worst. You definitely never want it to happen, though. Like, you're not going to be like, you know what? Let's just wait. Let's let them lock this spawn trap in. That seems like a good idea.
Never sitting
right
there
now.
like, yeah, we're getting spawn trapped right now. It's definitely going to be a lot different to see how teams react to certain situations inside Gavitu Control, because you're right, that spawn trap has happened plenty of times, but B hit, not too bad right off the rip, and that's what we're getting out of Full Sail Armada. I like this call. Yeah,
and it's kind of what's to expect right now. Early rounds, everybody likes to hit towards this B site right off the rip, but Lee is being a sneaky beaver right now, just kind of hiding underneath the ring and just waiting to get any information. Sure, they heard that stun come through. They will find the first kill, and it takes some shots down range, but the shots are shaky. Can't find the second.
Recovers an auto, and he's gonna get caught from Spider, and that's a stack now from Full Sail onto B. Quartzley does get caught out by Shadow, but still a tick of progression nonetheless for Full Sail. Shadow's gonna hop in for the contention, try to find the kill, but no, Navi's still alive, and Spider-Man's here too. So this tick, it's gonna go by fast if you cannot find these kills, and luckily Lee does find those kills, so only giving up a tick of progression towards B is not the worst case scenario.
And Quartz just gonna get right back inside and try to hop right inside of back into the tank, but unfortunately does not win out the gunfight. Pluto goes out to a barrel, unfortunately, for themselves as well. Actually, that may have been a falling off the map with the positioning they were just in. So, or is it? It's a different emblem, right? When you fall off the map. So I feel like that was probably a barrel.
At this point, it's just a oopsie. With this player,
You're not
Lavelle from up top's gonna find Taz. Still fighting for control inside A. They've cleared out the players, but here comes Lavelle back in for the contention. Close, but no cigar. Shadow holding the corner is going to be able to neutralize now this A zone. The second tick of progression that was given. You see Full Sail tumbling on in from the cliff side to give it another shot. Shadow from the staircase takes down Quartzley. So lessening the numbers of Full Sail and bringing out the knife too. He's going to mixy inside the ship, and that's going to allow Barton College back in to clear out these last couple remaining players of Full Sail. Taz is going to find Spider-Man, and that's going to slow things down for Full Sail.
Shadow is being an absolute menace inside and around that A site, but only one player left, and again, it's Shadow who's back up top. Quartzley will hop in, and Shadow now trying to make the play in from the back. They will find one, but there's still a player inside of A, so Shadow's going to need to wrap back.
Wraps back, finds 2. Can you find a 3? No. Spider-Man's still in this, but Shadow does enough to allow Lee to clear him out. 23 seconds left now for Full Sail to make one last comfortable push towards this LST ship. They need this to be good because you have to get a full tick at this A site. Lee's going to find Lavelle up top. Snaps back the Quartzley on the inside. Shadow finds a third, leaving Navi all alone inside of the LST ship. 9.8 seconds. Staying alive. Wants out Pluto, finds the kill, so not over just yet. And off the respawn, the players from Wholesale Armada, they do enough to get the A site under control.
Oh, and you'll get 1 extra minute now added onto the clock. Count it down to minute 5. Only a 3-life lead as well. So Lee needs to go big here in this spot. We'll find at least 1 in this situation, but instantly gets traded out. So 7v10. You got that 3-life lead still if you're Barton College, but Full Sail, they want to hit towards this B site. But you can see they've got the full setup right now here for Barton. But Lavelle finds a way to sneak through the back.
Lavelle in the back can open this one up, but only good for 1. The blue arrows snap back around, take him down, as well as the respawn or the teammates on the front line. 3 remaining players and walking down the beaches. Set up automatons. They are going to pick them off piece by piece. Barton College taking round number 1, but a heavy hit, a tick towards B and 3 at A.
It looks like Full Sail are just deciding to chalk this. They don't want to feed any streaks. They don't want to give away any more kills to the likes of Barton College here inside of this round. And honestly, Colin, in those first 2 games, a lot of the trades, it felt like they would go the way of Full Sail at the end of the trades. Well, in that round, a lot of the times, especially the fights on that LST ship, you could see Barton College starting to come alive here inside of this series. They found a lot more kills through the later portions of that round, and Shadow was an absolute menace over on the LST ship. So if they can keep that up, maybe, just maybe, they can claw their way back into this series with the Gavutu control win. But we don't want to get too far ahead of ourselves. Let's keep in mind as well, Full Sail was able to get 4 ticks of progress through that entire first round.
Swap sides. 4 ticks is good. Let's see if Barton can do one better. Shadow slips on into the ship, stops the clock immediately at a minute 17. A 3v4 here, and if you look at the minimap, Spider-Man's making a full flank around. So this fight on the front line, it's going to be good, but you got to look to the door in the back to be shut. Lavelle, Navi, they hop on in. They find the kills needed. Taz coming out on top to keep the second tick alive for them towards A. And Spider-Man has yet to make their position known, waiting for these reinforcements to come on through. Finds Shadow on the outside towards that artillery steps. They're going to give up this A zone, it looks like. Or not. They find it with the last couple seconds. Navi through mid finds both kills on the inside. Barton College get back in to neutralize, or Full Sail neutralize the A zone so far.
And they realize Pluto's still alive and large up top, but Pluto's just going to rain down havoc. Lee breaks in from the side, and surely this will be the A site completely finished off here for Barton College. And stuns and nades will go through, but it does not matter. Able to finish it off. Full Sail do hold on to that 3-life lead, but the difference from the last round to this one is, one, you're seeing Barton now try to group up and hit this towards the bottom side of the map, but also Barton has 2 full minutes to try to break into the site, as opposed to Armada, who only had a minute.
2 minutes, draw things into your favor, and their number 8, Taz, yeah, he snuck through. He finds not 1, but 2. Pluto a 3rd, onto Spider-Man. Now Lavelle, the only one here. You need to go big to find a couple kills, because Barton College, they're stacking this B zone, and it's going to go fast. 1 tick, already gone. Lavelle slides across, hasn't found this player into the back team just yet. Edging his way on forward, finally takes down Shadow. Neutralizing player on the inside, but the job's not done just yet. Spider-Man finds 2 for the overextension, and Lavelle's going to clean up the hill. So 2 ticks at B. They're going to keep it alive.
Oh, you're going to need a monumental hold here to keep Barton off once again, but at least you get them all spawning out at their spawn now, and you can keep them kind of pinned back there. You don't have that spawn trap locked in. But that's exactly what you need to do. And look at player number 2 as well. Quartzley is sitting now just completely watching the back. No, they turned their arrow at the wrong time. Pluto's going to be able to find that kill now onto Court in the back. And now this might just be able to set up a pinch play here for Barton College. They only need 1 tick to finish off this offense.
Pluto finds Novi. 2 down for Full Sail Armada. Into the hill they go. And Barton, they cannot find the kills necessary to keep their toes inside B. So Full Sail Armada still a chance to find this round. It's not over just yet. Taz may find Navi in the back, but it gives Quartzley the opening to turn around, take him down. So Barton, they need to go back to the drawing boards, and they are down double the lives of Full Sail Armada.
And the reason that push does not work at all there is because you had Lavelle playing a sneaky spot once again up towards the up towards the top of ring, just laying down on the outside, waiting for all the Barton players to pass them, and shot them all in the back as they went to get inside the B zone. It worked out perfectly, but Barton, with no forward progression here from Full Sail, will be able to make their way in, and now hop on a B. They stack the point. They might be able to get this done here.
Lavelle looking to make a play. 4 players left here for Barton College to find this round win. Navi hops on in, finds Shadow. 17 seconds. 3 players left. Can Pluto, Lee, and Taz get this done? You're going to need a couple kills just to get into the zone, and beyond that, more kills to lock it down. 5 seconds left. Taz sneaking on through. Hop in for the contention. Lee finds Navi. So progress is being selected, but now Lee's all alone. He's got to go big, and it's just impossible at that point.
Oh my God, Colin. I'm just watching the Barton definitely could have won that round. They
Plenty of times.
absolutely could have won that round. When they jumped on, I called it because I thought I saw it. I thought they were going to stack the point in that spot. 2 players didn't hop onto the hill. They were sitting on the outside, hiding behind the rock, just on the outside of the hill to the point where you're not touching, you're not inside, and unfortunately in that situation, Barton doesn't get on. If they 3-stack the hill there, nobody on FSU, or sorry, on Full Sail Armada can get close and get inside the hill, and they could not touch. And Barton, they were a sliver away from closing that round out. They don't close it out, and now you've let Full Sail right back into this game.
Another heartbreaker for Barton College. Now you got to go even farther down the line to take this map number 3 for your own. A good start for the breakoff so far. 3 players down for Full Sail Armada, but Spider-Man still taking names around the outside, and even on the inside finds Taz, hops into the A zone, starting to gain progression, slides out to Lee, but can't step up to the plate for the kill. So Lee continuing to keep Barton inside this ship to deny progress at A.
Keep it done, and now Barton, they're just going to set up here. They know that Full Sail needs to make a choice, needs to figure out which zone they want to go towards, which zone they want to try to capture here, and they're guessing right now and thinking that they're going to keep going over towards this A zone, and they just keep picking them off one by one. Already an 8-life lead here for Barton, and we're not even a full minute into this round.
Not even a minute into the round, but 30 seconds left for Full Sail to get this attack going, and they haven't even
realized
found
Lavelle has
any.
streaks, and they're not investing them here. So I mean, like, I feel like I don't even know if it's worth investing at this point. Down 10 lives.
Well, hopefully, I mean, they can get something going here, because 15 seconds left. They haven't gotten a progression to A or B, Jesse. And yeah, I mean, with 10 seconds left, I mean, those streaks, it'd be good, but I mean, I don't think that's going to be what brings you back into this round when you're down double the lives and Barton still has 20 lives left. You're going to get one last chance to collect progression at A, and maybe, if this is a clean progress to A, you get this capped without losing a life, then we could talk about shrieks coming into play. But here comes Barton to neutralize this progress. Spider-Man still alive, back tank, locks down a second tick. Around the outside, Lee gonna find Spider-Man. Into the hill they go for the contention. Taz finds Navi. That's gonna be the round done. Barton go up.
So here's the thing, though, at the end of that round, Colin, and the reason that it being ticks of progression is so much fun now is those last 2 ticks that just come through at the end there are actually massive for Full Sail, because if they don't get those ticks of progression, they were down 5-4 going into that round, which then would have meant that Barton was guaranteed defense. Didn't matter what happened inside of this offense here for Barton. But now the interesting thing is because they get 2 ticks of progress, they're now up 6-5. So all Barton needs to do is get 2 ticks of progress. They'll guarantee themselves the defense here in this final round. But if Full Sail can not only hold them off here in this round, but also hold them off from getting 2 ticks of progression, that's when you'll see them be able to close this game out. But Full Sail's not even putting pressure on A, and this should at least be a guaranteed 1 tick.
Mind blown at the moment. At the call from Full Sail Armada, finally making a play towards that. But like you said, giving up a tick. Giving up a second tick. And maybe even a third, unless Lavelle can go big up top. He's going to find 1 in a second. So Lavelle not giving it up just yet, Jesse. But 2 ticks, man.
Yeah, and that 2 ticks is a backbreaker, because now you're guaranteed defense here for Barton. Barton doesn't even need to push out at this point. They don't even need to win this round, but you know they're going to give it their all. They're going to try to be able to close this one out. They've guaranteed themselves a final defense here. And honestly, from what we've seen from Full Sail on offense, this is exactly where you want to be. But at the very least for Full Sail, you still have one final streak that you can use as well, trying to if you need to try to break into be on your next offense. But it does not look like Barton even wants to give him a chance here, and it's going to force the streak investment from the likes of Full Sail in this round just to clear them off the B site.
You didn't even need that. Spider-Man was going big to take down those players. You allow them back into A. Shadow's going to hop on in. Clock stopped at 49 seconds. NACE zone gets capped, so add another minute to the clock, Jesse. Barton, they're still looking to put this away in round 4.
But you've got a good zone out now for Full Sail. We've seen them hold on to this exact same spot before, now up 5 lives as well, so they're in a great spot to be able to shut this down completely. Court Slay's just going to play upper towards this upper ring, just try to keep shutting down any of the Barton players as they try to push on towards this hill. And actually it looks like it's going to be a play just to push back. They're feeling the pressure a little bit too much to want to play up towards upper ring at the moment.
You got to see in the last attack how much Barton can draw out offense even when they're down in lives. So Portsley gets caught in the front line. Needs Spider-Man to go big from this flank. Good for 1. Finds the player on the inside as well. It's 3 down for Barton College. Full Sail now. They can progress to take control of this map.
It's just Lee. Somehow Lee has snuck the line, but unfortunately won't be able to make their way all the way through. And this could be really, really big here. If Spider-Man can find streaks to go into this final round, they could be very, very game-changing in terms of trying to break into the B zone.
Spider-Man again in a pretty cheeky position.
Oh, you can tell. They know that they need to play for streaks right now. I know they've been spotted out, so Spider-Man, need to back up, just kind of play your life at the moment, and everybody on Barton is just hunting, and it looks like they don't want to give up any more lives. Maybe outside Pluto, who's getting aggressive in the back line, Pluto falls, and that should probably be the last push you see from Barton here, just not to feed streaks.
Spider-Man goes down, so no streaks for him. In the middle of the map, Lavelle looking to stay alive. 5 seconds left. You don't want to lose this force spree, and nobody's going to look to take him down. So Lavelle's going to stay alive. Wow, I thought he was going to find a little bit more. If he just popped up, he was going to find maybe 5, maybe 6 kills, but we're going to around 5. Barton, they have defense, but Full Sail Armada, man, they are still a dangerous team.
They're definitely keeping it close, right? And that's what's important at the moment. You guarantee yourself this round 5, and honestly, with the way that offenses work sometime on this map, like round 5 offense is definitely not out of the question. It's very, very possible here, especially with the fact you've got 2 players starting this round on 4 in a row. You get a good break onto either zone, get streaks for either one of these 2 players. It is very much so possible. They need to make sure they're stunning, they're nading over the top of this right side, because that is where the push is coming in from Barton.
Push from Barton. Up top, Shadow finds Lavelle. Can you find any more? No. Spider-Man and Navi, they clear out the LST ship, and now Navi's in a position on 5 in a row, make it 6, try to find 7 for the glide bomb, but no, gonna fall a little bit too fast, but nonetheless in a position to cut down the respawns for Barton College while Full Sail collect this progression, but fortunately gets caught with a stun in hand. It's gonna lessen the numbers of Full Sail Armada on the inside, force Spider-Man and Navi to make these plays, and the way that they've been playing, they do make those plays, and almost 2 takes a progression here for Full Sail. Make it 2 takes a progression. Another hit from Barton, and they fall right on the front lines. 3 down again. A-zone. You might as well chalk it.
And Navi's back on 4 once again inside of this round, trying so desperately to play for these streaks. And unfortunately, they don't spot anybody on the cross over towards B. So Navi might actually even think that this is open. Gonna catch a grenade right to the face, back down to 20 HP. And you just need to play your life right now. These streaks could be pivotal. I think the big thing, though, for this round at the moment is that you, at the very least, have a 7-kill lead right now for Full Sail and so much time to work with to break in through the back line, and it's exactly what they're working on doing at the moment.
They're looking to root out Barton from their own spawn. It's kind of rude. But Barton, they spawn up right in the middle of them. So it's still going to be a tug of war for these back spawns for Full Sail Armada. They need a few more kills before they make it happen. But Shadow, Pluto, they shot down those players lurking in their spawn. And Barton College, Jesse, they are not out of it just yet.
Well, there's the stabilization that they needed so badly. Navi I will be very disappointed if you don't check your left here. This has been exactly where you've been playing every single round on defense. Doesn't check their left. They will end up following Lavelle there right for the trade, though.
The Celium spot.
But you can see you've got a big... I'm sorry, what was that spot?
Have you never seen that before?
I have not ever seen that spot. Apparently, I'm not watching enough CDL to know that that's the Celium spot.
That is dirty. That is dirty indeed, but it looks like it's not really providing anything more to the attack from Full Sail. Na'Vi, late little push into it, will stop the clock at 50 seconds. That's going to be a nuisance. That's going to pull some players from Barton College to now force their way back into the hill, and they do. They need to take care of Spider-Man, though, if they want to neutralize all pressure that Full Sail have. And in for the contention will be Pluto for the late wrap around. Courtsley tags him up enough for Spider-Man to take him down. And Spider-Man collects one tick towards B, Jesse, before he drops. Barton College on 8 lives. Full Sail on 14.
Court, you can't be shooting your own players in the back right now. And well, that is not going to lead to success at the moment. You're up a couple lives here. You got to keep that life lead as much as possible. Only 30 seconds left on the clock as well. Somebody's got to pick up the flank here because Lee's coming in from behind.
Oh, Lee, Pluto, they're finding the kills, and it's 3 down again for Full Sail. 22 seconds now, Jesse. If you're Full Sail, you might have the numbers, but you only have one more comfortable attack before you're going in 1 by 1. And Lavelle, 44 and 24. He's trying to do it all on his own. 11 seconds left. Is in behind. You can get the player on the inside to contest for a second. Stop the clock, but Shadow keeping them off. 5 seconds left. Lavelle's got to get in there. Taz shuts him down. 2 seconds left. Full Sail, last chance now. Taz is going to find Courtsley. Lee, Brian finds Na'Vi. Spider-Man drops, and we're going to map 4.
Oh my, I cannot believe these rounds that we're seeing out of these two teams. This is such a close matchup between Barton and Full Sail. I absolutely have come into every one of these maps, Colin, and I have no idea who is going to pull it off. I feel so bad for Lavelle right now. 45 and 25 in the map. I mean, doing that much work, and just nobody, it felt like, towards the back half of that last round could find a trade to help Lavelle out. They had so many opportunities to break where if they just get one more kill in the front while he's hitting from the back, it could work out so much better for Full Sail, but they don't get the job done. And we're going to end up having to go to the back half of the series. And honestly, it's about time Barton clutches up one of those close situations.
Jesse. I'm just mind blown at this point.
I got Nameless on the desk with me.
I don't know what to expect out of these teams. It's just it's who has the ice in the round, who has the ice in the map. At that 1 second left, you had numbers, Full Sail. You had streaks. You had so much to work with, and you can't get it done for the 3-0 sweep. Let's take a look at the maps real quick to see what we're going into for this map number 4, to see what is up next for our secondary hardpoint. We had Bokash earlier. That went to time. And Tuscan up next. This one is going to be so close, Jesse. And you want to see that Bokash search and destroy all the way in that map number 5. So, I mean, Barton, if anybody's a fan of you right now, I know Jesse's a fan. We're going to cut to a break. And when we come back, it's going to be map number 4 fans. Tuscan hardpoint on the menu.
Lee makes the full wrap through the back, able to find one, can't find the second, and actually some big kills coming in from Spider-Man and Quartzley will actually clear the back line out, and Wholesale will hold on to spawn still.
Nice shots from Quartzley, finds Taz at range. Keeping Barton College away from this hill, allowing Full Sail just to keep on soaking up this time. As all players here from Barton flooding in through the streets, Lee heading this. Gonna find Quartzley, breaks into the hill, and whoa, that's happening. I mean, Full Sail, they're like, okay, we'll rotate to church.
It kind of works out perfectly, right? They're like, hey, you know what? You go ahead. You guys can grab that back 10 seconds. We'll get our full rotation over towards church, like you said, but Spider-Man has not spotted the two players that have snuck through, so you do still have some presence in and around this hill here for Barton, and with those kills coming through, that should at least guarantee Barton these back spawns.
Barton get the spawns, so gonna be able to reinforce this. Hitting it from the side door, R2. In for the contention will be Taz. He drops immediately. That lessens the lines here, so flooding on in one by one. Barton College falling to the players. Already set up here for Full Sail. Lee does make a little bit of noise on the inside of the hill, but it's not enough really to collect this time. You're still gonna need some of these respawns to traverse through the middle of the map. Hit this one from the front, take out the players of Full Sail Armada, and with 23 seconds left, I mean, this last little bit of time would be enough, but you need to start focusing on the next hill. You need to get a full setup on one of these hills.
Absolutely. Barton, I think they're doing a little bit too much of trying to push towards old and then break into new, and they're not getting the breaks early enough on inside of any of these hills to really find a ton of success, and that's why you're seeing the lead grown so big here for Full Sail, and with a couple of these kills coming in, we should actually have a one-on-one for initial time here.
One-on-one goes to Taz. Barton College on the inside. Pluto finds a second. Marcelli will be able to slip on in, but coming on the flank will be Shadow. Clear her out. Full Sail Armada now hitting this from the rooftop. Spider-Man dropped down to 1 HP. Still manages to find a nade on the Pluto and a kill from Taz. The only thing that can take him down is a nade from his teammate.
Team.
3 seconds left here. Still Full Sail Armada swinging for this hill. As a full setup here from Barton, all players standing on top of each other. Taz, the only one making a play from the outside, distracts Quartzley long enough for Barton College to walk away from scrap time. And now Full Sail Armada moving over to hill number 2. But Jesse, a big hill here from Barton.
Colin, there's absolutely no way that we're going to be tied exactly at the end of our first set of rotations again. I nope, there isn't, because Lee's going to just give up a free 10 seconds there for the likes of Barton College as they try to make the full rotation back over towards 1. I think they realized they didn't have the numbers, so instead of getting that last little bit of scrap time, they wanted to play for new, and it's going to work out well into their favor as they are the first team to be able to break into Hill 1.
And now they're going to eclipse the lead as well, Jesse. Looking at Lavelle on the flank to make some noise. Finds Lee, opens things up. Can't find a second, so we're sitting in a 3-on-3 for the time. Spider-Man around the outside. Gives the numbers over to Full Sail Armada. Quartzley takes down Taz, and that's the break back in from Full Sail. There's a few lacking players. Few lurking players here, and it seems like Spider-Man knows that. He's going to take this right around you. Find Shadow. Seal a trade, but opens up opportunity for Lavelle to come on swing and to find 2 with the help of Navi. A scrappy hill number 1. Barton College, they find a lead, but only a small one. Full Sail, they're going to keep these spawns over to hill 2.
Yeah, so it's going to be around a 15-second lead, like you said. Not a very big lead, but a lead nonetheless here for Barton. But like you also alluded to, Full Sail will be the first team set up over towards this new hill. And in the last time we came to here, it was Barton set up in this exact situation where everybody on Full Sail was trying to make the breakthrough, but Full Sail was able to get the break. We'll see if they can actually hold on this time.
Shadow worked Lavelle there, but it's not enough to allow Barton College to get a hit as a team. Still only individual players here making some waves inside the hard point. Lee Reinl was able to hop on in. He's still collecting time for Barton College, even though Full Sail were the first ones here, Jesse. So Full Sail now in shambles, trying to break back into this one. 3 players flooding on it from the church. Navi around the pillar. He finds 2, looking for a third, can't find it, but it's up to his teammates to get the kills, and they do. 20 seconds to collect here. You're starting to look at Fountain.
And you need this back 20 seconds if you're Full Sail. You need to try to hold on to this, keep you inside of this game. And you do have a player on the rotation as well, so this is very good. This could turn scrap time into initial here for this roster. Lavelle, best player to have in that spot, finds another kill in the back line. And now you've got 2 players completely out of position for Barton in this spot. So Full Sail will be the first team inside the hill. First team ready to set up and get a good chunk of time here, but Barton is not going down without a fight, and they want to hit this from the front.
Horsley doesn't know where to look. Shadow's going to break in. Barton now collecting this time, but still trapped here. With Full Sail players all the way around him, Shadow did enough to collect a lot of time here, but only down by 12 is Full Sail. Fighting from the front, they're going to be in for time here. Spider-Man, nice shots on the Pluto. And the break here from Full Sail is so good because Spider-Man is turning up inside the hill. Can't find Lee, but good enough for 5 in a row to collect enough time for Full Sail to only be down by 10 points, Jesse.
I mean, absolutely unreal. This game has been very scrappy, very back and forth. But, I mean, if you're Barton, you're absolutely taking this. To find yourselves up what might be, or up 20 points at the moment, could end up being even more if you win this rotation here. After being down 50 seconds when we headed to this exact same hill the last time through, you will take this 100% if you're Barton College.
Take it and hope to see if you get set up here. But Taz, not enough right now. Shadow did take it. He sees the opportunity. A little bit of Carpe Diem coming out from the SMG. Now on 3 in a row. Barton College, they have a notable lead inside Church. And you can see the setup from Full Sail. They will have a pinch with Spider-Man, but will it execute? All players wrap around the back and now flooding in one by one. They're really tunneling themselves into this hill, Jesse, and it's just not the way to hit it.
It is absolutely not, and Barton makes the break again inside of this hill. And if you're Full Sail, you just need to chalk this. What was working so well for you in the first set of rotations was you were setting up early for hills, locking those hills down, and not allowing Barton to get comfortable on the map. Well, unfortunately, you've done the opposite in the second set of rotations. You have barely locked down hills. You've let Barton get a little bit way too comfortable onto this map. But you know what? This is exactly the hill that could bring you back into it. You've got the full setup that you need. You're not getting flushed out right now, and actually you're finding a lot of these kills into your own favor here, but a 2-2 split comes through, and this might just be able to open it up now for Barton to be able to hit this from the patio side of the map.
Still fighting from patio, like you said, as Barton Shadow slides in. It's a 2v1 into this hill, and look at that coming out on top. It's going to be Full Sail, so not letting go just yet.
You need to read the spawn, though.
That flips things around. Lee now attacking from the rooftops, drops on down towards well. Lavelle is able to shut him down, so now all players just looking at the high ground, and Full Sail Armada, they're able to clean it up, Jesse. Barton College, they have a lead, but only a small one going into this hill number 1. They need to rotate.
This is a big comeback for Full Sail. I mean, you were down, what, 60 seconds almost going into that to be able to leave that hill. Down only 30. Definitely not the best it could have been, but still a lot better of a situation than what you were in. Courtsley is going to be the first player to try to break into this new hill, and they'll actually find one in succession with Spider-Man, so you can break right inside of this and get a full setup here for Full Sail. And on a full setup, this is one of the harder hills to break.
The Armada, they don't want to let this go game 5, Jesse. Lavelle, 31-22, again, having a great game, but Spider-Man right alongside him. Even his team in this. 4 seconds to collect. You can't win here, but you can overwhelm Barton College's lead. Lavelle on the front line, 4 in a row. Peeks up for 5, but Taz says no. Still kills ringing out in favor of the Orange as the Armada now looking to eclipse the lead that Barton College has. And while doing this, holding on to the better spawns.
And the big thing now, Colin, is that Barton College can no longer win on this hill. So Full Sail is just going to give up this time. They're going to set up across the map, going back over towards columns. The big thing is here is you can't let anybody sneak through. We need to keep our eyes on player number 8. Shadow has snuck the line.
Shadow sneaks through, but it's Pluto to open it up. Suddenly, Full Sail turning around to find these players, but Lee Brandel, a second one opens up for Barton College. Now 10 seconds remaining for them to push this the distance. 48 into it. You need 4 seconds left. A teammate from Navi. Somebody's got to get in. Spider-Man finally breaks in, and Navi's going to keep Full Sail alive, Jesse. Well, you got Barton College right here. They're going to spawn up so close that they can reinforce this hill. Lee Brandel's going to be in one. A second one. Navi hits the ground. 3 down again. Full Sail Armada, they're not giving up just yet.
Full Sail, can they have the ice one final time to hold off one last push here from Barton? Both teams just trying to file in from ramp. Spider-Man can't get it done, and Barton College will clutch up once again. Another super close hard point. And that's going to leave us in a 2-2 tie, and we're going to a game 5.
Jesse, this could have been a 3-0. It's gonna be a 3-1 from any
Could have
team.
been a 3-0 either side. Exactly.
Either way, I mean, like, this is not an easy game for either squad, guys. I mean, they are fighting tooth and nail to get this done, and there is no better place I feel like end this than a Game 5 on Bocage. The thing is, though, Barton College, a lot of the time, they have been able to start off in the lead, and towards the back half of this, throughout that control and in the hard point, Jesse, they've managed to turn that lead into closing the game victory. So heading into this game number 5, Search and Destroy, they're going to have all the momentum for a reverse sweep.
Absolutely. Full Sail. They know that they had their opportunity early on. I mean, there were multiple rounds inside of that control that either team could have won on offense that it just did not happen. Full Sail ends up losing that out. Then you go inside of that hard point, and Full Sail was up 50 seconds at one point. Then you got like a 100-point swing going into the favor of Barton, where they found themselves up 50, went back to P5 for the second set of rotations. Full Sail holds on to practically a full 60 there, gets the break, gets the setup they want onto P1. But now here's the thing, and this is why they lose the game for me. You can't give them a free 10 seconds when they're 20 from putting the game away for Barton in that situation if you're not going to get the perfect setup and hold at the new hill. If they give that up, sure, it's fine. If you can set up and hold for 20 seconds, they were broken within seconds of closing out that hill. And Barton was able to just storm their way back in. Both teams have a lot of improvements that they need to make after this series, going in towards games after this. But I mean, I have absolutely no idea who's going to take this series.
It's a tough call, Jesse. It's a really tough call to make going into this one. But let's take a look at the maps, folks. I've already talked about it a little bit. But going into this game number 5, it is Bocage Search and Destroy. And, you know, it's kind of been the talk of the town between me and you, Jesse, for this broadcast is I want to see a Bocage. You want to see a Bocage. And why is that? It's because they have made some significant changes to the bomb site locations.
Yeah, absolutely. So if you guys are unaware, the A bomb site on Bocage, it used to be inside of the grandma's house. It was kind of in like the shed area. Grandma didn't want a bomb inside, the center of the house. But now Grandma says, hey, I don't even want that inside my garage.
Take it outside.
We're taking that outside. We're putting it on the outside of the patio of the A site. And actually, this opens up a lot of potential on the map. A lot of different things could end up happening. I actually think this could make this map, especially towards that A side of the map, more offensive heavy than what it was before, because now you can set up a lot of players from the top of barn to watch over the top of the bomb to shut down any Barton players, any defensive players that might want to be able to push their way through to set up and try to stop that bomb from going down in a spot where you would normally see it just be able to you would have to just set up inside and you could shut that down easily. So it's going to be interesting, because I even think that snipers might even be able to come more into play now. Just sit up on top of top barn and just watch over the top of it, and if anybody peeks, you just snipe their heads off. So
hear me out.
It could be interesting.
I think this is just speculation, but I think this makes the job of the player who overextends through Riverside, it makes their job even more important. Because if you want to get that bomb down at A, you're going to have to make sure there's no pressure from back tanks inside that back grandma spawn. So you're going to need that player to overextending to have a lot more pressure on them. They are going to need to take over the backside of spawns. And they're going to need to make sure that that player plants a bomb doesn't have anything to worry about from the tank side.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, you didn't always see that play coming through before either, where they would send somebody through the back line to try to get in, try to stop that plant or whatever from going down there. But you're absolutely right. It's going to be almost pivotal now for these teams to set people up in those spots, in those positions, to be able to shut that down and not allow things like that to happen. So it's going to be really, really interesting. I think that this map with this bomb site change is going to change completely. It might even play like a whole new map. I think outside of the fact that you probably, without a glide bomb, won't see many pushes out towards the river.
It might. And hear me out, it might even add strategy to Bocage, Jesse. I mean, isn't that a crazy thing to think about?
We're not just running 4-at-4 down middle of the map at each other anymore?
No, we're not running through. You got to make sure that you are correctly finding a way to get that bomb down towards A. And even towards B. I mean, you saw it when teams were setting up for B hits in the past for Bocage. You saw strategy there. But towards A, there wasn't a whole lot of strategy going on. It was just get that bomb down and get out with your life. Now you need to make sure that you're taking the same approach as B as you are at A.
I feel like B is only good middle of the round though.
That's
I feel
fair.
like B is only a site that you can hit when you're in a situation where you're in a 2 versus 2 or a 1 versus 1. Hitting that site off the start of rounds is just impossible, unless you find the perfect pick to open it up. But even then, you very likely you're going to get a player on the defensive side to wrap back over towards that site to set up to be able to watch things. So I still doubt we see many B hits at all, to be honest here, unless you have a glide bomb to open things up, or unless it's in the middle of the round and you have information that there's nobody over there so you can wrap over towards B. I think that's the only type of time that that site really becomes in a spot where it can be really kind of usable, if you will. So we'll see what both these teams decide to do with it. It's going to be an interesting one, though, just to kind of see what happens out of the two teams. Who's going to be the first team to really kind of try to make that play over towards that A side? Who's going to be the first team to take mid-map control? Because that could even become more important now with the fact that you could maybe even watch the bomb from the middle of Zig. It's going to be interesting to see how both teams decide to try to play this one out.
I'm excited. I mean, we've already gotten this far. I didn't think this was going to go the distance. I knew it had potential to go to the distance, but I mean, after seeing map 1 and 2 and seeing Full Sail clutch up, and then that control was just so back and forth, I think anything's possible. I mean, the sky's the limit right now between these two in this series.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I think that I wasn't expecting a series to be as tight as this was. Once again, an 8-point game in map 1. Round 11, round 5. What was it? A 13-point game in game 4. Like, these are ridiculously close maps between these two teams. I don't think you could have gotten two teams more evenly matched here for our map number 2 on the day. And again, this match really doesn't have very many implications on top of it. You might be thinking, hey, final week of the season, these teams battling for that final play-in spot. It's not the case right now. Both teams just kind of trying to make improvements at this point of the season, trying to get better and better to kind of help them out towards other leagues that they might be in, or towards just getting better for the next season and seasons ahead. So We'll see, but you know what? There's still a lot of pride on the line here. You want to go out as your final match of the year with a hot victory here in the Call of Duty Varsity League.
It's a feel-good game right now. You walk away with the win, you're feeling good. You lose, you're heartbroken, especially in a Game 5 setting like this with how close it's been. I mean, just listen to the stats that Jesse was giving you. The numbers don't lie. These teams are neck and neck, and it is totally out the window with who I think is going to take this. But folks, to it again, I mean, what a game number 2 we've had so far. We don't usually get treated with Game 5s, but now we're going the distance, and it's already so early into the day for this Call of Duty Varsity League night. I mean, Wednesday nights, they're usually great, but we don't usually get Game 5s out here, Jesse.
No, not like this, especially. I mean, like I said, I really don't think you could ask for two more evenly matched teams. I mean, I'm not going to sit here and tell you these are the two best teams that we've ever had on broadcast, but this has been a great match just between two teams that both are hungry to get victories right now, and I'm absolutely here for it between these two teams. I want to see somebody come out here in this last match and kind of really show up. Like you said, Barton's going to have all the momentum in the world. They're on that reverse sweep, looking good for it. But Full Sail, they've had that clutch of potential so much earlier on to be able to get things, to be able to go out there, to be able to shut things down. And you know what? We'll see what can happen in the later half of this game. And Bocage is going to be a really, really crazy map. I really hope that we see some fireworks. And honestly, if we're going to go this long, we might as well see a round 11. That's all I'm going to say, Colin.
Whoa. We got one in the game number 2, Jesse, so it's possible for that. But
I want another one, man.
I'm
That's
right
all
with
saying.
you. I'm right with you. I want to see some great gameplay. I want to see some great snipes coming out. I want to see that round 11 at the end just as much as you do, but it's going to be a tough one. I mean, you look back into that game number 2, and we got a reset, but Barton College, prior to that reset, they were looking really good. It wasn't until after that we started to see them get a little bit shaky on Tuscan.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, guys, it sounds like we got a little bit of a lobby crash once again, so we're going to throw it to a quick little break here. We'll be right back with more Call of Duty Varsity League right after this.
Full Sail Armada, Barton College. Game number 5. We're headed to the cage. Let's get things going. Barton College going to be starting off with the offense. Full Sail on the defense. And once again, it's myself, Seymour, alongside Cruz on the mics. Jesse, I am ready. But look at this. We got silence on the map.
Yeah, absolute deafening silence. You can hear a pin drop right now off the start of this round. Neither team wanting to give an inch, neither team wanting to give anybody any bit of momentum. And I will say the one thing I'm kind of surprised about when you're looking at this overall map, and thank you so much, Ryan, for pulling this up, is nobody watching through that top window, nobody watching this zigzag cross. And that's something that I think is going to need to be really, really watched from the defensive side of the map.
Let's see if it is going to be watched ever so slightly. Barton moving towards A. Having a little bit of trouble to open up the window, though. Pluto,
the bomb site's not in there anymore.
checking things ever so closely. But this is what I was talking about. You have to make sure you get somebody to put some pressure on the tanks here, because Navi is going to be able to get information as soon as this bomb goes down. Pluto will be able to get this bomb plant, looks like. 4-on-4 for the retake, Jesse.
I think that you've got a player top
Shadow.
window as well in Shadow. Yeah, I was about to say, I thought they may have snuck the line, and they absolutely did through middle of the map, able to break in. And now, you're just in a great spot now if you're Barton to be able to close this round out. You've got a great spot to watch the bomb through Zig. Pluto's picking up kills like that, and this is a very good start to the game here for Barton College.
Would have been even better if Shadow found the timing to pick a flank around this, but we're going to have to fight a little bit. Nice shots from Lavelle, evens us up. 16 seconds left. Both players considerably close towards this bomb site with SMGs. Pluto and Lee Brynel. Lavelle going to be pushing up. Lee shuts him down. Hopping the bomb's going to be Spider-Man, but there's just no time. A successful round 1 attack out of Barton College.
And what did I say to you, Colin? You're going to need to be more aggressive on defense in these rounds to be able to win. You cannot just sit in the back of grandma's and hope to get a retake anymore, because it is going to be so tough with so many different spots that you can watch the bomb from with these two teams, with the offense now with the bomb being moved to that different spot. So it will be very, very interesting to see how the rest of this game goes down. But I think watching the middle of zigzag from the top of grandma's in that window is going to become so important, just to get information from the cross and to maybe even pick a player or two off before they get into that situation and into that spot.
See if we get the adaptations for defense going into the second round. Barton College already looking to be more aggressive towards B, and I like this situation. I mean, if you see Full Sail Armada go towards A, Jesse, I mean, these B players, they can hit that overextension and possibly even flank.
Spider-Man's trying to get aggressive in through middle of Zig and just watching that top window. So maybe that's why we're not seeing any players go there, because so far we've seen both teams, as soon as they come around that corner, they are looking up at that window. They want to make sure there's nobody in that spot to shut them down. But so far, again, back-to-back offenses, two very, very slow offenses, and this just has to go to show you how little both these two teams know about this map at the moment. And Spider-Man, now with an angle, able to put this bomb down, stretches it across, and that's going to be the A site with the bomb down once again here. Defense need to make the push.
Starting off, Pluto. Gonna bunk up with Taz, top attic. First step is gonna be taking down this player. Inside Zig, Pluto gets the stun check. He knows he's here. Hops up, stretches thin, finds Spider-Man, not even knowing you can even do that. First blood out of Barton College. That's going to open things up. But 16 seconds, Jesse. A lot of time has been burned. Lee to make a play through. Barton Navi hits the deck. What a crucial kill out of Full Sail Armada to keep things under control. Taz is going to hop this defuse. Last chance for Barton College to make it happen. But did he hop it in time? It doesn't look like he did. Lavelle last alive, and he doesn't even need to find the kill. Full Sail Armada from time. They're going to win the second round.
Well, that's back-to-back rounds where you've had two defensive stands, just very, very slow, very, very passive in the back of Grandma's house, and nobody getting aggressive. And what that does is it opens up the line. The offense can get through. The offense can get that bomb down so easily. And there's so many better post-plant setups now for the offenses to be able to shut things down. So we got to keep our eyes on that. Pluto also on 4 in a row. We'll keep our eyes on that as well. A glide bomb can really open things up on this map towards that B side. So getting that could be really, really pivotal here. But Pluto actually going to be the bomb carrier as well. Not too sure how I feel about that on 4 in a row, but he does already have the plant there in the first round. And Colin, no adjustment at all coming in from Full Sail on defense. This is the exact same setup we saw last round. And once again, Pluto snuck the line.
Pluto just gets right back in last time. This time around, Taz finds first blood. Shadow was second, and they haven't even touched the site yet. Finally, Pluto going to stretch this bomb with the door open for a little bit extra protection. Full Sail Armada now forced to get this retake in a 4v2. Numbers stacked against. What can you do? Navi's already good for 1, so it's not a bad start for Full Sail. You got 31 seconds, plenty of time to make this happen. You could check so many corners, and Navi doesn't check the one right through that door, so Lee Brunel's going to find one and the second one to shut down another offensive win.
It's crazy. I mean, if you're going to win in Search and Destroy, you need to adjust. You really need to start adjusting inside a lot of these rounds here, but we have not seen it yet from either team. We'll see if Martin makes an adjustment this time on defense, but I really think the answer to this is, 1, you need to get a player in towards top grandmas very, very quickly, but 2, you need to make sure you're putting pressure in a spot on A where they just can't push up and get the bomb down completely for free. Maybe even make a flank play in from the back. Just do something a little different. And we will get a player up and towards that top window this time, but not able to catch the player out trying to make the cross. Not just yet.
Not just yet at all. But Barton College, they always have this opportunity for the
Pluto.
overextension if they want to. Losing Pluto is not going to help out, but Taz is still on the inside to find that trade. That's bomb down inside Grandma's. Now, Full Sail Armada, they're going to have to go on the offensive just to collect this bomb.
If Taz can realize that this bomb is down, it could be really, really massive for Barton, because all they can do then is pretty much like how you used to see the setup inside of the A site. You can just sit up in back-to-back corners, wait for everybody now on Full Sail to have to push you. This could very well be a defensive round win, but Lavelle on the outside will find the first. Now they have the numbers to try to break onto the site.
I don't know how we didn't see him. That's going to give Full Sail Armada now a chance. Task is up his position. You can see Full Sail Armada owning the top of the mini-map, but there's the even from Taz in a second on the court. That's going to flip the numbers now in favor of Barton College, but a 1v1 when the dust settles. 15 seconds to make it happen. Lavelle collects the bomb. Taz is up top in the attic. Is he going to check this bomb? Bomb's going to go down at A. But here's the nade on it. Spots out Lavelle and throws it to the wayside. Lavelle gets out. He snuck all the way through tunnel, Jesse.
Oh my God, there's no chance. Lavelle just got out with their life. The nade got choked from Taz, and now Lavelle can just watch this bomb from this spot as well. Sees nobody's on it, knows that they can just play time.
Taz is a tough one to be in. It's question marks all over the place on where Lavelle's residing. But now you just need to play clock, and Lavelle, he spots that he's not on there, so why don't you just hop into Barn? You get the overhead. You're playing the clock to a T right now, and Lavelle, the guy who's been carrying Full Sail Armada all day long, he's going to look to do it again. And with that kill from Taz, you might take him down. You might go up five kills in a row, but Full Sail Armada, they've clutched up again. It's Lavelle winning the round.
Even in rounds where you've got the defense set up in the right spots at the right times, things are looking like they could absolutely be clutched up here. We still see an offensive win. And Colin, I said it before we came to this, that with that bomb site being moved out there, I think that we could see a lot more offensive round wins. And so far, all we have gotten is offensive A hits, and all we have gotten is offensive A hit round wins. So it's looking good right now for my prediction. That's all I'm going to say about this site, but we'll see as this continues to go along. Looking like a much more aggressive defense coming in from Full Sail. At least you have a player watching the cross this time.
Jesse, I think I'm going to have a receding hairline at the end of the series.
Yeah, honestly, I feel that.
It's
I really do.
It's stressful just to watch these two teams at that. Pluto looks like he wants to go for the same play that we've been seeing all game long, but no, he's going to adjust a little bit. Go right through Grandma's. Is anybody home? Spider-Man is, but he doesn't know Pluto is catching the best timing. First blood again for Barton. Hops up top, but oh, bomb down Lavelle. Ready for it.
And now Lee Hitting in through the back line. This is an interesting spot to be in because, once again, that bomb is down in a really, really bad spot. But Lee is also in a spot now where if he gets in behind, picks this bomb up, he could really shut Lavelle down as well. But not even going to make a play for the bomb. Instead, makes a play towards bottom of Grandma's and will find out court. But the situation, though, is that gives away your position completely. And you don't see the player on the right. Oh, my gosh.
Still alive. Shadow finds Lavelle. This bomb picked up. Navi last alive. Now, if there's one player you want other than Lavelle in this situation, it's going to be Navi. But in a 1v3, it's going to be a tough one. He's making the full wrap around Jesse to Barn. Whereas Barton College, for their post-plant setup, they're going to have full control of Grandma's. And the wicket player number 2, Shadow's going to push things up. Navi, what is that snap? 4 HP staying alive, keeping the dream going for Barton College, or sorry, for Full Sail Armada into this round. But the job's not done yet. You need to find Lee, you need to find Taz, and defuse the bomb after all of that. And it's going to be a tough one because both these players have been on point for Barton College. But Navi spots out Taz through the hole in the wall. 1v1, 11 seconds left. Bomb's planted for Lee up top. Spots him out. No time to get this defused, but what a tippable effort at a Navi.
I was just saying, Navi, you got to get off that bomb. You are not getting that defused there. Not with that much time, and that's another good setup. As soon as they get that bomb down, they get set up into a position where they can walk away with the round win. These rounds are going the full distance as well, Colin. I think this might be the longest search and destroy I've casted all year long, and we're only 5 rounds in.
Whew. I can agree with that.
I was supposed to say, does it not feel like? I feel like every round, like we're getting the full minute 30 off the rip here before bomb almost goes down.
And it's Bokosh, too.
I know, and then after that, we're getting like the full 45 before the bomb goes off because it seems to blow up every single round. So it feels like each one of these rounds at least hitting like 2 minutes on each round. So we'll see how this game can continue on here. But this has been a very, very slow burner of a match here between these two teams, and I still have no idea who's going to come out on top. It really feels like whoever wins the first defense could end up taking this map here. But
how far Lavelle is
looking like they want to get aggressive. The call-out doesn't come through. Oh, it came through just in the nick of time. And Lavelle will be able to find that first blood. And in turn with that, they actually get a 4-2 lead.
A little bit of aggression from the defense, but Full Sail Armada, who pumped the brakes into this round, they slow it down, they catch it out. Nonetheless, Taz, you got to finish those now. Petition has been given up. How is he still alive? He manages to slip away. But the bomb's going down, Jesse, and that's going to flip things out. With nade, and he gets nothing.
2v4 with the bomb down. This is one of those spots where you just need to go quick. You really can't afford to take your time in this retake. You've got so many resources you need to go through, and they're just not going fast enough. And Shadow now deciding to make the full flank through to the back. This just might take too long.
Ooh, Spider-Man spots him out. All players now looking to flood on in to Taz's position. Shadow still finds court slate. Taz a second on Lavelle. Suddenly this opens things up into a 2v2. But can they get this out in 10 seconds left? Shadow's going to go down, and Taz now burning too much time off the clock with Shadow. Like you said, a little bit slow to the draw, and that's going to bring Full Sail back to a tie game.
There's just no time. There is no time in that situation in a 2v4 for you to play that slowly. Shadow, the fact, like, if you are going to commit to a flank like that, Colin, you need to make that commitment within 5 seconds of that bomb going down. You need to know, like, hey, this is the bomb. We know where that these players are all going to be around in this area. We need to push out as quickly as possible. But so far, nobody has had any answer to this A-bomb site hit with the new position of it.
It's like one of those situations where I like that you're flanking. I just would have liked it more if you did it 5 seconds earlier.
I would have liked it more if you did it 20 seconds earlier in the round, honestly. It was 25 seconds left on the clock before he makes the push to decide to hit the flank. Just not enough time, and they don't get the job done there because of it. And once again, Full Sail armadilloing inside of the grandma's house, nobody making a move, and completely giving up this A site. Maybe 4th time's the charm to go for the retake.
Yeah. Full Sail armadillos at this point with this setup. The windows open up top attic. Bomb goes down. 4 on 4. Barton College holding off to the left side of the minimap. Full Sail Armada, the right side of the minimap. So it looks like the retake wants to start through Grandma's, but you're looking at player number 6, Lavelle, to watch the cross through the middle of the map, as you saw per that mini-map. 24 seconds, they burnt again. A lot of time, but here comes Lavelle for one off the top ropes a second. Corsley turns up to give it a 2v1 in favor of Full Sail. With 15 seconds left, they got to get onto this bomb. They need to find Lee, who's sitting up top barn, has eyes on this bomb as well, and that kill onto court is going to give Barton the attacking round.
There's just so many spots that they can sit and watch inside of these rounds. And again, Colin, you called it out perfectly. 20 seconds burnt before the defense even made a move to try to retake that site. It's just too long where you're leaving yourself in positions where you have no time to find a defuse. You have no time to get in and try to stop these final players down that are in these back positions with these beautiful spots to watch these bombs. And again, another offensive win. That is 7 rounds straight here inside of this map. No team has an answer on defense. We'll see if Barton can make the adjustments this round through. But again, a 2-2 split comes through. It looks like we're getting a little bit more aggression out of player number 1 right now. This might just be the play, but again, just kind of backing up immediately.
I like the play earlier when Lee got aggressive through defense. It didn't pay off, but...
Yeah, but he can't get aggressive right now, though, as well, though, because he has that information with Lavelle being down river. Lavelle's played that spot every single round. So it's like, I agree, but it's like one of those spots where he just can't move there at this point in the round.
A little bit of tug of war through Bocage. Just a little bit of give and take at this point, but I mean, what's going to be the recipe to success on defense? It's up to these teams to figure that out, ultimately. As Lavelle has actually given up the Riverside, joined the team back towards the P2 side of the map, and he's going to drop for that. Pluto finds him all the way back tanking Grandma's side.
And see, as soon as that kill comes through, this is when you need to be flying forward if you're Lee.
Taz? Oh, if he had his gun out, that was going to be another kill, but 19 seconds left. Bomb hasn't gone down. Here comes Lee on the flank. Does get called out, but Spider-Man, no information just yet. Bomb's going to go down. A team kill to end out onto Pluto. But this is numbers to Barton, and it's looking like the best attacking round we've seen yet. Barton College are going to get the job done through eliminations.
Barton College, they take the first defensive round win of the match. Oh boy, we finally get one here, and it's that first kill onto Lavelle. Completely opens up any flank potential, and we both said Lee needs to get on that flank as quickly as possible, and they absolutely do. Wasn't the full flank, just flanked in through Zig, able to find that kill, which completely stopped that bomb from going down, and now 1 round away, Barton College is from closing it out. And if you're Full Sail Armada now, you need to do something different. You need to throw caution to the wind and just stop this bomb from going down to the A side, and it looks like they are trying to take full control of the bottom of A and trying to stop this plant from going down.
They want to stop it, but can they stop it, Jesse? Pluto has pretty much gotten this down every single round, and it's not going to change inside this potential last one. Players are here for the retake. See if they can be a little bit faster than the last time.
Spider-Man's flanking too.
Keep eyes on that, but Shadow has eyes on it as well, so the flank's going to amount to nothing, meaning Full Sail Armada, they have to make a play through the front of the map, and Lavelle, he's going to actually do one better. Gets right around the bout side. Caught with a knife in hand. Still manages to finesse his life to find Lee. 2v2, Jesse. 15 seconds left. Taz underneath the bomb site. Pluto inside Grandma's. You have the separation, but you have the time, most importantly, in your favor. Pluto's going to take down Navi.
Kill.
And Barton College, they come back and they reverse sweep Full Sail inside today's second series of the night.
That was such a close potential chance of winning a round for Full Sail on defense, and I was about to lose full, Colin, if we saw 7 rounds on offense in a row and then saw back-to-back defensive rounds there inside of that game. I really thought there was an opportunity there, but the stack was just a little bit too much, and Pluto got that kill in the nick of time, able to shut things down, because if the player watching over the bomb site finishes that kill off, that game goes a completely different way. We get a 4-4 time. We see where we're going later on inside of that game. But Barton College, I mean, wow, what a reverse sweep to be able to do it in that fashion. I mean, a super close series to close that one out. What, a 6-4 victory or a 6-3 victory? Extremely tight, and congratulations to them.
I mean, this series has been extremely tight for the two, for every single second of it. I mean, that could have easily been Barton up 2-0 at the start. It could have been easily Full Sail ending it out in 3. But, I mean, they played it out. They fought hard to make sure that they won this. Barton College, they didn't give up hope. They kept it true throughout every single map. They held out to the end, Jesse. They get the reverse sweep done, and not a lot of teams, I mean, who are just playing as close as they are in this one can make that happen. I mean, heartbreaks left, right, and center, and they just revive themselves inside the control to make it happen.
Yeah, absolutely. It was a very close series. It was looking like one that would be kind of going into Full Sail's favor right off the rip. It looked like they had the ice. It looked like they were very, very strong with clutching it up. But, I mean, just as much as they were clutching things up, Barton College did the exact same thing inside the back half of this series. I still think that Full Sail could have won this series in multiple times. I also think that Barton College could have ended up 3-0 in this series, though. So it's one of those things where every map was so dang close. Either team really could have came out on top, and just at the end of the day, it ended up being a reverse sweep, and it ended up going into Barton College's favor.
Hey, I mean, I'm here for it. I'm here for these close games. I like to see competition, especially between two teams who you might not have implications, but you want to make sure that you're getting every second of your season to be one that's impactful, one that you can learn from, one that you can move forward out of. And both Full Sail University and Barton College, they both look like teams who they have that spark, they have that want to get better. I mean, neither team came into this thinking, hey, I mean, we're already out of the playoffs, so why don't we just kind of chalk it for the rest of the season? Both these teams, they're still in it to make some improvement, Jesse.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I mean, both teams, they wanted to get the job done here today. Like we said, this is their final match for both teams on the season, in this in particular season for the Call of Duty Varsity League. So it's a great way to go out if you're Barton College, especially. You get the win, you get to come out with the victory. And what this does is it kind of sets you up for next season. Like, hey, you know what? We take this momentum, we build off it. You go into the next year, you go into the playoffs of other leagues that you might even have a chance of playing in. And you just try to build as much off of these victories as you possibly can.
Well, we do have Pluto ready to come in for the interview, Jesse. So let's bring him into the booth. Let's chat a little bit about that series that we had, man. Game 5. You guys iced it up. How you feeling, Pluto? Oh, it seems like you're muted.
Sounds like we're having a little bit of an issue getting Pluto's audio coming through at the moment. Hopefully we can get that fixed on up. He's working on it. You can see it.
Hello?
Oh,
Oh,
there you
perfect.
are.
There we go.
Okay, there we go.
Okay. Man, game 5. I'm going to ask it again. Game 5, you guys iced it up. How you feeling?
We're all kind of speechless right now. After that Tuscan search, when we lost, some of us kind of were like, damn, this is really how we're gonna go out, 3-0 to Full Sail. But we picked it up, got the motivation back, and we pulled through.
Hey, I mean, that's awesome that you guys were able to make that happen. You know, the Full Sail or the full sweep, reverse sweep on Full Sail, it's not an easy thing to do, especially when those games were really close. But I mean, I'm going to toss you over to Jesse because I know Jesse, he's going to want to have some things to ask about that whole series because it was a crazy one.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely a crazy series. I mean, there were probably times where you guys probably could have walked away with a 3-0 here inside of this series. They probably could have walked away with a 3-0. It was a crazy close series. Either way, we ended up getting the full 5, ended up going towards that search and destroy. My first question for you is, how hard is playing defense now on Bocage? Because that looked like it was a struggle through a lot of that early portion of that game.
We didn't know that they switched the A-bomb, so we loaded in, and we went to go plant that A-bomb. We're in the room and there's no bomb. But
you know what's funny was the very first round I saw you go into the shed to go plant the bomb, and I was like, I don't think that Pluto knows that the bomb got moved to the outside of the A site. That's really, really funny. That ends up happening. A little bit more serious of a question for you though now. So you guys obviously, this is probably the end of the season here for the Call of Duty Varsity League. I know you guys are probably playing in other leagues as well throughout this college season. What do you think the next step for your team is to hit that next level where you guys can start to maybe even start to qualify for playoffs later and later into a lot of these seasons?
We just gotta play more. We just gotta put the hours in, put the time in. The Full Sail was a great team. We fully expected the beginning of the season when we saw them on our schedule that we would lose to them. We put in a lot of work over the season. We took a couple losses where we thought we shouldn't have lost, but made it out 5-4. Couldn't be happier with the winning record.
Exactly. I mean, hey, it's positives, right? It's all positives. You guys are just building up more and more as this season goes along. And you know what? Hey, you never know. Next season, you guys might be able to come out. You guys might be able to fry. Build this momentum. Take it in towards the rest of your games. And honestly, I wish you guys the best.
Thank you.
Hey, man. It's kind of rude that they moved the A site. They didn't even tell you that they moved the A site. Like,
Well, we went to go plant the bomb.
bomb.
I'm like, wait, when did this happen? I mean, it worked out our favor because we weren't really good at defending the A site, but we did it today and we got it done.
Hey, big heads out adjustments, working on the fly. A little bit of creativity show there, but Pluto, excited to see what you guys have later on down the line if we get to see your team again on stream. Maybe not even in this league, but maybe leagues to come. So, take this win, enjoy it. Have a great night, guys. You guys iced up.
Thank you. Have a good one.
Cheers. Man, Jesse, vibes are there. I'm loving the honesty.
I'm so happy I called that.
I'm loving the honesty about the A site. You don't always think that teams maybe don't check Twitter for one day, and the next thing you know, the A site is not inside grandma's, but it's outside grandma's, and you're just like, oh my god, come on, you guys couldn't have told me that. It's just
all I'm saying is I hope for the rest of our games today that they know the changes that have come through, and honestly, with the calibers of teams that we have coming up, I absolutely believe it. Because guys, I know we're at 10:15 on the night right now.
wow.
We're only through our first 2 series of the day, so a lot more Call of Duty left to come here still, Colin.
We got a lot of Call of Duty to go through. Before we head to a break, though, I'm going to tell you guys a little bit about Ground News. Ground News is home to over 180,000 mindful news readers who use their industry-first coverage analysis tool to adopt a balanced news diet. The Ground News community is home to people from across the political spectrum, which is no small feat in an increasingly divided world. And here at NACE Starleague, we want you to be a part of this community too. Check out Ground News online or download the app, available on Google Play and App Store. And that's not the only news that we have going on tonight. This is the last week of regular season here for the Call of Duty Varsity League, so you don't want to miss it. We got match number 3 coming up next. You want to be there. We'll see you in a bit. Welcome back, folks, to the Call of Duty Varsity League. And man, 2 series into this, heading into our 3rd, we've had polar opposites so far. A 3-0 to start this one off, and a game 5 in match number 2. I mean, it's just anyone's game now. We're going to get into this match number 3. My name is Seymour. Alongside me is Jesse, a.k.a. Cruisin'. And Cruz, I mean, this match number 3, I'm excited for it because we got New Mexico State University versus Westcliff University. And coming from the CCL side of things, I'm a big fan of this Westcliff Warrior squad.
A lot of people are, right? I mean, Westcliff has been a very, very talented team throughout this whole season, but a team who's been kind of quiet this season, but has really kind of made some waves as well, is this New Mexico State University roster as well. Both these two teams have played very, very strong. I mean, I don't think that New Mexico State has gotten the same amount of recognition this season that you've seen from the likes of Westcliff, because this Westcliff team is absolutely stacked. I mean, you've got Beeston, Stoners, Locke, and Lucasi, and then, of course, on the other side for New Mexico State University, you got Zay, Turkey Neck, Jolton, and Electromic. But, I mean, like, both these two teams have been very, very solid throughout the season. You can see it even here in their record, 7-1, 7-1. And to be completely honest with you, Colin, both these teams are undefeated. Their only losses have been forfeits. They have only lost a total of 3 maps combined between the two teams, and that's because Westcliff is still sitting without a single map loss on the season.
Well, into the West Conference here for the Call of Duty Varsity League. Jesse now sitting at 7-1. One of these teams is going to have to move to 8-1. The other one's gonna have to move to 7-2, and somebody's gonna have to be crowned, and it's gonna be under the setting of Gavitu, Tuscan, Bokash. A whole lot of Tuscan, a whole lot of Bokash, and Gavitu to start this one off is the only other map we're gonna get.
Yeah, it's interesting. It's a very interesting looking map set. I mean, we could end up seeing a 3-0 here. We could end up seeing a best of 5 here. It's kind of like our last series. You really don't know what to expect from these two teams, because you know that both these two teams are going to be bringing the fire against each other in almost every single game mode. I'd say the most even game mode between these two teams will end up being Hardpoint. The fact that you've seen an 8-0 out of the University of New Mexico State and Westcliff University at 7-0 coming into this one. But when you look at the Search and Destroy and the Control, with New Mexico State University sitting at 4-2 and 3-1 in those two modes, and you're still undefeated if you're Westcliff, you have to give the leg up to them in those two.
You would have to, and especially because the prestige that has been given to this Westcliff Warriors squad. On top of that, through a collegiate Call of Duty, I mean, this is a team that battles for, you know, a lot of the time top 10, let alone top 5 inside CCL, if I'm not mistaken. So, I mean, this is gonna be a hard one for New Mexico State University, but I like that you bring in that this team has been overlooked quite a bit, because I'm right there with you. I mean, this team in New Mexico State University, they've always been one of those kind of question marks, like, okay, they can win this, we just haven't seen them win it just yet. So I mean, this is a good opportunity now for them to really put themselves on the map, especially in the last week of regular season for Call of Duty Varsity League. I mean, this is really where you can kind of make your name known.
And not only that, Colin, I don't know if you heard or not, but I'm hearing a little birdie in my ear, and there's some implications on this match. Winner of this match gets that first round bye in the play-ins. So you absolutely want to walk away with this victory here if you're one of these two teams and you're coming into this one. And I kind of want to hit back on our point where we were talking about how New Mexico State University is a little bit overlooked, because when you look at this roster, I mean, they've got wins over some very good teams this season. They beat Texas A&M International, who was undefeated last year. They beat them 3-2. They took on Oregon, who was another very talented team last year. They beat them 3-1. I mean, they took on a couple of the other teams and beat them very, very handily in a lot of their victories. So, I mean, this team is absolutely no team to joke with. They just haven't hit that same level of recognition that you've seen from Westcliff.
Well, let's see if they can bring down the Westcliff Warriors, Jesse, as Beeston's brought a knife to a gunfight, and he is A-okay with it. Another one.
Oh, my Lord. Beeston, please.
Put the knife away. This is a gun game right now that we got going on, but he's going to snap to the automaton. He's got 4 in a row as Westcliff Warriors, an uncontested 10 seconds to open up this hill number 1. Battling back in New Mexico State. We're going to find that break, but having trouble up against a player like Beeston. 5 in a row now. Next up is going to be Streak, so you have to be careful the way you want to take this if you're New Mexico State.
Oh, you absolutely can't give up streaks off the start of this game if you're New Mexico State. You just can't give this big of a lead right off the rip to Westcliff. And Westcliff, I mean, not only do they have a 21-0 lead, but they already have the full setup over towards the new hill. Beaston will fall, so no streaks given just quite yet, but I think the bigger streak right now on the map is the fact that it is a 31-0 lead, and nobody on New Mexico State is getting near this hill at the moment.
I like that. Bars, Jesse. Bars coming out from you. 40 unanswered points going into the second hill. And now Stoner set up with the auto up top LST ship. Is picking away at players as they rotate on through. It's going to be hit from the front from New Mexico State, and such a one-dimensional attack, it only leads to a one-dimensional defense. And Westcliff Warriors, they close out, only losing one player in that attack.
It's a big play here. Locke can absolutely kind of put this game away, honestly. It feels like right now, if you get a flawless rotation here with your teammates and you can break these spawns in the back, but Locke can't get across the middle. Big kills coming in from New Mexico State. They stabilize the back line. Now they need to look to hold for a full 60. They can bring themselves right back into this game with one.
Well, finally points on the board. That's step one, Jesse. Step two is hitting all the points on the board from this hill.
Oh, Stoner's just fried. Jose, you cannot lose that one there. And unfortunately, he goes down. And oh no, this is looking like Westcliff now has every opportunity to try to break this from the front.
Well, here they come. Right through the front line. Jose on the cross. Only good for one. Stoner's on 6 in a row. He's going to have the strafing run. But on the inside, he finds a 7th. So glide bomb lockdown for Stoners as well. That's going to play a big part to this hard point in the later end rounds. But already, Westcliff Warriors setting up for this rotation over to P4. You are going to have a big one-on-one here from Stoners. He walks out on top, and Locke closes off on Turkey Neck for the rotation through Hill 1. So Westcliff Warriors, I mean, what was a strong, I guess, neutralization over to Hill 3. I mean, they're already set up and primed for this Hill 4.
Yeah, and I don't think you'll complain about that if you're Westcliff. I mean, you only held them to 30 seconds. You only allowed them to get 30 seconds, which just makes things really, really big inside of that hill, because now you can just get the full setup here, because the big thing is you don't flip out those spawns at any point. But Jose from the front will find 2. Electric MC will combine and make it 3. So actually give it a good opportunity now for New Mexico State to break this in from the front. They will get into the hill, but with Westcliff spawning so close, this is either going to be a spawn trap or they're going to break right back in.
Well, they're breaking back in, Jesse. It's the latter end of things. For this Westcliff Warriors squad, 91-42 now. Lucasi on the front line. He slides across with the auto. Can't find the kill. New Mexico State University, they're going to be able to get back in for time, but you look at where Westcliff Warriors spawned up because of that. They spawned bottom cliffs, so they don't get spawn trapped here. They're going to be able to flip the map on Westcliff, give up the scrap time, but turn it into initial in P5.
Oh no, New Mexico State, you can't be letting this stuff happen. This is going to be now back-to-back money hills. You're going to have Westcliff, first team there, first team set up, first team locking things down. Really, it's up to player number 3, Electric MC, to pull these spawns and stay up just long enough to be able to do so. So now New Mexico State, they can try to hit from the front.
You're going to have to hit from the front. And it works out. Take control of this hill. They flip out Westcliff Warriors, who are spawning up on the opposite side LST ship. Yep, Turkey Neck wants to go up top. Climbs the
Needs to
ladder.
get in the hill right now for New Mexico State.
They do. Why are they not in the hill? Finally, Jolteon's going to start collecting this time, but that is just something you can't let happen. And honestly, a big turnout here from New Mexico State. What was a poor start to this hardpoint, Jesse, after 5 hills. I mean, not a bad deficit to be sitting at.
No, but I feel like if Westcliff reads that spawn just a little bit better on that Docks Hill, this is probably still a very wide open game. So a little bit of a misplay coming in from your Westcliff Warriors. But they absolutely can still bring this one back. And once we're looking back at P1 once again here, this is where they were very strong off the start of this game. Did not allow a single second of time to go the other way, and already looking very strong here. 10 seconds already in their favor. You've got Locke set up on top of the LST ship. They'll end up falling, but still spawning so far away as New Mexico State University.
They want to take it to the middle of the map. Struggled to get past Beaston last time. This time it's Stoners holding them off the front line. Locke wants to chime in for a couple as well. Spawning down New Mexico State over towards red. They still want to hit this through the middle of the map, but Westcliff Warriors just funneling them on in and picking them apart. Finally a break at an Electric MC as he's going to get in for the scrap time. 15 seconds that you definitely want to pick up if you're University of New Mexico State, but I mean, at the same time, you're going to need to put some pressure on the rotation to LST ship, and it's hard when Beaston's stuck up top third.
Big place here for New Mexico State University. They get inside the old hill. They weren't able to string this into new time at the new hill yet, but they do at least thin a few numbers out. So now they can try to make their way in, and it's Jose again, making big plays for the roster. 22 and 17 at the moment. 4 spree for himself. If he can find streaks here, could lead to some very big things towards the back half of this game here for New Mexico State University.
Well, here they come. And then there they fall, Jesse. Beeston on another 2 spree, make it 3 up top. On LST is going to have another player just on the outside of the doorstep. Thought he was going to give him the work with the pistol, but Locke came and stole his kill. Beeston's going to fall before that streak turns into anything. Jose is going to find the break for New Mexico State. So in for time again for scrap, but I think if you're New Mexico State, you give up so much time early, but you're managing to keep this in, I guess, a 25-point lead. That's not that bad, Jesse. One good hill and you might flip this out into your own lead.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. One good hill, and you can bring this one right back in your favor. Unfortunately, not sure if this will be the hill to be able to do it on, because you do have streaks onto Stoners. He's got a full set of them here, and I'd be very surprised if we don't see the glide bomb get invested in this stage of the game. Player number 8, gotta keep our eyes on him, and it's exactly what happens. Glide bomb comes through. That should be able to at least weaken the front line a little bit. It absolutely does, and it's going to leave just one player inside the hill in Electric MC, and they need to go absolutely massive here if you don't want to get flipped out and lose any more time inside this hill.
Free fires from Electric. He feels the pressure coming through from Westcliff, and the pressure was there, and it's enough to break in.
Colin, watch player number 2. He might be trying to make a flank play here to flip
Keep
these
your eyes
spawns
on
out.
him. Player number 7's there locked, so big one-on-one there, Jesse. And he hasn't spotted him out. He sneaks into treehouse. You don't really see a player up here too often, but you still need to take lockdown from behind. And finally, Locke's going to peek in from the shadows. And Jolteon, not enough to pull these spawns just yet. You're still going to need a little bit more pressure if you're New Mexico State.
You gotta love the attempt, though. At least he makes the overextension through the backside, tries to make the break in through the back. It doesn't end up working out, but I love the fact that we're seeing teams try to at least do it. You try to make that overextension play, doesn't end up working out for you that time. But what this is this is setting up a very good pinch potential right now for New Mexico State to try to break on into this hill. 3 players from the front, only 2 players left inside here for Westcliff.
That Lucasi shut him down. Pinch potential for New Mexico State, but the potential was there. The execution was not. They get shut out once more, and now Westcliff Warriors looking to eclipse the 200-point marker, push them even closer to a map 1 victory. You still have 23 seconds to get off of this hill, so New Mexico State, they don't want to give it up just yet. Beeston almost locks down all the time single-handedly, but it is a late kill to take off Westcliff Warriors for a little bit. Lucasi on screen, and he's trying to do the exact same thing that Jolteon did last time around, but Jose, he's not going to let that happen.
Jose says, I'll do my best Jolteon impression. I finds the kill in the back. I'm going to give early spawns here to New Mexico State. They absolutely needed them. You could not lose those spawns there. As New Mexico State, you're trying to hold on to this game as long as possible. Bring this one back as close as you can, but they've actually allowed Beeston to slip the line. Beeston isn't behind all of these players, and every kill that he finds here should start to force a spawn out on these New Mexico State players.
Beeston gets caught from behind. Stoner's now forced to go big. Somehow finesses his way through the boxes. Is going to find a kill in the Electric MC. Thought he was going to get Jose, but off the top ropes, the SMG is going to be enough. 215 to 186. 25 seconds inside of this hill 5. Leon's going to get there, but Electric MC, he's going to have to hop in for this time because you get the rest of this, you're going to be really close to the score that Westcliff Warriors has, but nobody's there to get this time. And again, it's just time that New Mexico State, they want to have, but they're not getting.
They can't close these games out, and it's just so tough. Turkey Neck, really the only player anywhere near the new hill to try to shut things down, and it looks like he's getting hunted out immediately. It's exactly the case. Jolteon now, next player up, next player down, trying to break into this hill, and they just cannot find any success. The holds that we have seen from Westcliff on this P1 hill, they have taken a hill that is very open and have turned it absolutely into a one-sided money hill here inside of this map.
20 seconds left. New Mexico State, last chance to attack on in. Danjon's going to be out. Turkey Neck trying to hunt down these players, but instead taking down the reinforcements that's coming on through. Jolteon's going to find Stoners, so the break's going to be out for New Mexico State. How long can they hold it, Jesse? Because the Westcliff Warriors, they spawn up not too far away. And off of that respawn, find 2 to answer back for the rebreak. Now 13 seconds. Electric MC, it's his turn to go big, but a beatdown from Beeston. 10 seconds now to close out game 1.
still do it here. Everybody on New Mexico State, they're trying to push in. They're trying to break the front line. It is just not enough. This Hild is just so nasty from Westcliff, and that's going to be an easy game number one. Actually, not even easy. I can't say that. New Mexico State put up a fight, but it was an easy hold on Hill 1 every single time for Westcliff.
And around like the kind of latter ends of some of these hills when New Mexico State, they would get the break, Jesse. They just weren't collecting the time. And, you know, that's time that you'd think that if they picked it up, it would have been an even closer game, potentially even a game in your favor at some of those points. So, I mean, you look back at that for New Mexico State. Yes, there were kind of areas for improvement, but you're playing Westcliff Warriors close right now. That's going to be a feel-good position going into this map, too.
It is a good feel-good position. I think you'd feel even better if you were up 1-0 going into map number 2.
Anybody would.
I mean, obviously, right? But I say that with good reason because you go towards probably your worst mode now if you're New Mexico State University. And I mean, it's crazy to say that because they're 4-2 in the mode, but it just happens to be it. Like, this happens to just be the case. Even more so, interestingly, Colin, is now we're going to Tuscan Search and Destroy. And we've seen how Tuscan Search and Destroy played earlier. It played extremely differently to how it used to play because it was a very offensive-sided map before. Getting that bomb down at the A site used to be so easy because you just got there so much quicker as the offense. Well, fast forward, thank you Activision, you have just made this map completely more interesting because 5 steps forward, now that's where the defense spawns, and they get there just as quick, and honestly, it's now a battle for middle map.
It's a battle, and ultimately it forces teams to kind of change things up in their whole strategy. So I hope New Mexico State and Westcliff have been doing their homework because you're going to need to kind of change a few things up, especially with two teams that I'm sure have been scrimming, Jesse. I don't expect Westcliff Warriors to be a team to not scrim, especially when a new update comes out. And New Mexico State, you know, being one that is close to breaking into it, they're going to be right alongside them. So Tuscan Search and Destroy, I'm interested to see it. And honestly, were there any adjustments to note for after watching it earlier in our second match?
Well, exactly, right? Like, so we obviously don't know. They could have been warming up earlier as well. They might not have been watching. So they might not have been even seeing the kind of adjustments that have come through on this map. But I would imagine that, like you said, they know that they spawn up a little bit closer now between these two teams. And honestly, I'm very interested to see what happens on this map as well. See if, because I wouldn't be surprised if we see some snipers on the likes of Westcliff. I believe it's Beaston that runs that. Don't quote me on that, but I believe it's Beaston that runs the sniper on this roster. So I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if we see him swinging out wide on even defense just to try to shut things down because you can put yourself into a good position now. You can get there a little bit quicker, try to snipe whoever is on the other side, trying to make that offensive push. I honestly think, and I know we didn't see a ton of it in our last series, but I think that the B site becomes even more usable now because of the A site not being as easy to get that bomb down at A.
It could be the case for that. I think mostly inside of a lot of it, because the attackers or the defenders can get a lot more aggressive, that's going to mean that the defenders need to be a lot more passive in certain situations. And you think back to the round inside our second match, Jesse, when I can't remember who exactly it was, but they completely just waited in their own spawn and shut down a whole play in their own. I think it was Lavelle waited in their own spawn, shut down Pluto on the flank, and that completely gave the round to the defenders. You just need to find that first blood to find that rhythm that you usually had with the early A plants.
Yeah, it's going to be harder to get that A bomb down, but it's definitely not impossible. And honestly, because of the timings being so weird, the teams on defense this early into the update might not even get aggressive onto the site. They might still just sit back, let that bomb go down, and trust in their retakes because of how strong retakes have been sometimes on this map. If you've got a good retake, that might just be the case. They might not want to overchow. They might not want to play around with timings that might be off. So we don't know for sure. We don't have any certainties yet on whether or not teams are going to be making these big adjustments that we're talking about. But I think we're talking more so down the line inside in terms of Vanguard, in terms of how these teams are going to be playing. Maybe in a month, things will really change and develop on these maps. And I'm very excited about it. And, you know, honestly, I know we've been saying that we want new maps, but I guess this is probably the second best thing to new maps is the fact that we're getting map changes that are hopefully helping the state of the game as well.
I think it is. I think it's helping the state of the game, you know, especially when, you know, it's as significant as changing up timing in a search and destroy. What are those hands? This must be the new skin.
He's looking like Hulk. These big green hands.
You gotta be careful not to burn that knife in hand. But you know, right off the rip, Jesse dropping down into well with that bomb. Westcliff Warriors on the offense, getting caught actually by Electric MC. So that's bomb down. Yes, the trade's through, but the jig should be up for this attack at Westcliff Warriors.
Westcliff, though, they will be able to get the man advantage and get out with the bomb as well. This should open up B site for them to be able to go over to. Got to get past Jolteon, though, sitting up inside of top radio. Jolteon will find one as well. So, I mean, the bomb is down, but you've got 2 players still in a great spot for Westcliff if they want to try to make a play. And Jolteon has been spotted out. Beaston finds the kill. And, I mean, realistically, all you got to do now is play together and try to stop this from going down. But Oze's in a great spot for himself here.
Oh, a little bit aggressive. Goes around the patio. Finds the first 1v1. And he gets out, Jesse. But look at Sonars while this is all happening. He's rotating over to the A site.
Yeah, Stoners is piecing out right now. He said, no, thank you. I want absolutely nothing to do with this one-on-one here. Let me put this bomb down over at the A site. Let me feel a little bit more comfort. In your comfort zone is when this bomb is down at A and instantly wraps back into church. Hopefully trying to find a timing here, and it may have just found the perfect timing. Or the
Jose
worst.
Has no clue. Jose has no clue. Stoners is on the hunt. But it doesn't spot him out. Jose eventually is going to have to find this kill onto Stoners, but he has no idea he's inside church. So it really...
I think Stoners planted so he can watch from middle as well.
Stoners just has to burn this clock. He has eyes on the bomb, drops back down into it. It's a game high to seek. Jose, the seeker, and he just hasn't found it just yet. Stoners is in a perfect spot to end out this round. Westcliff Warriors, there's no way they lose this out. Jose's forced to hop this defuse, and here comes Stoner to close it out.
That was just so perfectly played by Stoners. I mean, what more can you ask for out of the man? I mean, I know that you would probably have liked for that trade to come in a little bit sooner, not a 1v1, but I mean, just the way that he plays that round out so perfectly. The bomb goes down twice in that round, picks it back up. His teammate finds the kill. Beaston finds that kill. Instantly traded out, 1 versus 1. And what does Stoners do? He just says, hey, you know what? Let's just wrap this off, plant towards A. But he plants towards A in a way that he can watch it from the top of church. Not a setup you normally see happen because of the map being flipped, but a setup that absolutely worked out perfectly for him there in that round.
Let's see if New Mexico State can replicate that setup this time around. Jolteon brings out the boomstick, finds Stoners around the outside of P1. There's a trade through the middle with Turkey Neck getting a little bit too over-aggressive, and honestly, through that, Westcliff Warriors now dominating the middle of the map. Lucasi's going to push out, find Electric MC. Should have eyes on Oze as well, but nice play to just fly, find the trade, and pick up that bomb once again.
And now you can see Jolteon and Oze. They just want to try to work this bomb plant over at the A site at the moment. But Beaston still is up top church and still shutting things down. It's going to be a 2v1 now, and Jolteon is just going on the hunt. He wants to find Beaston up top here. Going to take some shots, but all this really does at this point is give away your position, and now Locke and Beaston should be fully set up here in the middle of the map waiting to shut you down.
Jolteon finds one. Oh, if he got his gun up a little bit faster, Jesse, maybe he would have found that kill, but it's not an easy one. Not an easy one to take, especially when Locke is already ready for it as well. What's that going to be? 3 rounds in favor of, or no, 2 rounds in favor of Westcliff Warriors. I'm a little bit too far ahead.
It is absolutely 2 rounds in favor of Westcliff. And in our last offense, it was a very, very slow burning round of offense there for the Westcliff Warriors. Got it done at the very end of the day in a 1 versus 1 situation. This time through, it's going to be a hit over towards the B site, and this seems to be the new normal for this Westcliff roster. They don't seem to want to go over towards A. Even last round, they went over towards the B site, and it's looking very similar here inside of this round. Locke, unfortunately, not going to catch a good timing in through middle of the map. Gets dropped immediately. Oh, and Beaston gets dropped as well. So, I mean, I feel like you just need to move this bomb over towards B at this point if you're Westcliff.
Why not? I mean, the opportunity's there. Stoners is just getting teased by Electric MC right now. But here he comes, still going to walk away with the kill, but wasted too much time, and Lucasi's going to drop. So, Stoners in a 3v1. Has no idea when any of these players of New Mexico State are.
Back into the crossfire.
Back into that game of hide and seek, Jesse, and Stoners has no information.
No, they're not giving him a single thing. But I think the interesting thing here is is they've actually wrapped off where this bomb is as well, so he can pick the bomb up and start to make his way over towards me. I mean, if he gets this bomb down and gets set up in the right spot, there could be a lot of individual one-on-ones here. I don't think this round is over yet.
You got to take down the big bad wolf. Here come the three little pigs around the outside from New Mexico State. Stoners set up in the post plant, but Jolteon playing coy, just waiting for the right timing. And it's going to be the retake over that big bad wolf that is Stoners waiting, and it's going to put New Mexico State on the board.
Is that what we're calling Stoners now? He's the big he's the big
That
bad
round
wolf.
he was.
He's the big bad wolf fighting the three little piggies. That is bad. Able to get the job done there for Westcliff, and New Mexico State will find their first round on the board. You absolutely love to see it, though. A much better round on defense there from New Mexico State than what we've seen in the first round. And honestly, I just want to see one of these defenses just fly across middle of the map and really catch the offense off guard. But I don't know if we'll see it. I feel like we're going to see a little bit more of controlled chaos throughout this map here. And speaking of that controlled chaos, looking like another B hit coming in here from the likes of New Mexico State this time. But you do have a player in Lucasi here set up, ready to go if a player pushes through this door.
And watching through radio. First on, he knows this. Goes to take the gunfight, but it gets a little bit awkward, and Turkey Neck's going to take him down. All of a sudden, Stoners again last alive, this time a 1v4, and he's going to take the easy
Jolteon
way
is
out.
sniping in their spawn.
Not anymore, he's not.
Now Jolteon, or Stoners, sorry, needs to find a way to get through to B. Get this bomb down. And would you call him the big bad wolf here once again?
Not in this round, Jesse. Not in this round. It seemed like it was kind of flipped on a dime the way New Mexico State had that B site on lock. And I mean, Stoners, he's a great player, but that's a tough ask to break into an iron gate of the B zone.
Things are actually getting crazy inside of the Search and Destroy right now. It's been very close, very back and forth. We saw back-to-back offensive round win, an offense and then a defense, and then now for New Mexico State, an offense and then a defense. So we'll see what they can do here for Westcliff. Back on offense finally here, but it's Jolteon again, set up top of Church, and once again, Sniper gonna reign supreme, finds that opening kill, but trades, they continue in New Mexico's favor, and it's gonna be a one-person lead.
Jolteon is absolutely phasing up right now with this sniper. Things I love to see on the map. Shout out snipers coming back in competitive Vanguard. I'm loving it right now. Turkey Neck doesn't know that Westcliff Warriors wrapped through Church and hit that flank. That's going to even us up into a 2v2, Jesse. But it looks like Jolteon, he wants to take this fight. He completely slips the net into that back line. And I don't know if this is good timing or bad timing. Whatever it is, he just missed out on two players. The bomb's going down at B.
Yeah, he probably has no idea that this bomb is going down. And as soon as it goes down, Jolteon's going to turn around and be like, oh, man, I did not catch that in time. And now he's not so much in a great position here. And Stoners may have just caught the tip of the gun. Stoners will find the kill in the back. Oh, and he spots the second as well. Just needs to play his life along with Locke, just staying alive up inside of top radio.
Locke's got his back. Shots are good at range. Westcliff Warriors, a little bit of a hiccup there. They lose 2 rounds, but they find one to bounce back and hold their lead. Up 3-2, and here you can see it. It was a strong play out of Stoners and Locke to hit right through Church, Jesse, get in behind, catch a player looking the wrong way, and, I mean, good time against Jolteon as well. He goes right through the middle of the map. If he found one of those players, he very well could have kind of turned the tides into that round.
Again, though, it's one of those spots where he had a sniper in hand. It's not easy to find one of those kills. So, I mean, even if he gets the timing, you know, it's definitely a possibility. But speaking of timing, Stoners off the start of this round will open things up with a first blood, but a little too aggressive, and Jose is going to get caught out. But Stoners finds his second as well, so still numbers into the favor of Westcliff, and it does not look like New Mexico State knows what they want to do with this bomb at the moment.
I found a kill onto Locke, so it is going to even them up, Jesse. So maybe a glimpse of an idea to go to the B site with this bomb as Electric MC residing in maps and Jose looking to follow. Lucasi sitting inside bunk, but now rotating into radio. He's going to spot them out. Hops on down. New Mexico State knows Locke is here. How are they going to handle this one? Oh, it's sitting inside patio, but they're wasting so much time, and Lucasi's going to catch Jose, so that's bomb down.
And Lucasi actually plays a little bit different of an angle watching that cross than he did in the last round. But unfortunately, Lucasi goes down, and it's just going to be Electric MC all by themselves. But Westcliff still able to get the job done. So, I mean, Colin, it just feels like we're trading 2 rounds. Here, you have 2 rounds. Here, you have 2 rounds. It's really how this game is kind of working out at the moment. So, I mean, if the pattern stays true, New Mexico State University should take these next 2 rounds.
It's not going to be an easy 2 rounds to pick up, especially considering, I mean, the late game from Westcliff Warriors has just looked so much more creative than New Mexico State. I mean, they always just have an idea, even when they're backed up against the wall. So New Mexico State, they need to start finishing off what they start in some of these rounds, especially when Jolteon's finding so many first bloods. You got another one into this round to find Lucasi and drop that bomb, and a follow-up from Electric MC on the flank. Beaston claws his way back, tries to find Turkey Neck. Locked now in a 1v2.
They find that last kill, that would have been ridiculous. But like you said, Locks, this is still very doable here. Needs to pick that bomb up, though, and then decide what they want to do with it. But there's only been 30 seconds burnt off the clock. Lock will find one. Lock will get away with their life as well, leaving a 1 versus 1. And it looks like they kind of wanted to reach out. Gonna 360, no scope grenade throw. Find some information from that, too. I don't know how you knew that, but very, very interesting play. But Jolteon right there for the read, and Jolteon will clutch up, and there we go. New Mexico State taking their 3rd round on the board.
Oh my word, Jesse. You might be onto something with these patterns.
Yeah, I mean, they just happen sometimes, man, where you just go 2 for 2 for 2 for 2. It's one of those situations, man, that
It's like its own flow state that you're just kind of feeling it. And if Jolteon keeps it going with these first bloods, I definitely can see it. You just need to have somebody to consistently follow up on these first bloods that Jolteon's finding. And this New Mexico State team, they can find a lead.
absolutely can. Jolteon once again, sniper out in hand, trying to look through the middle of this little broken apartment, trying to find anybody up in the top church. Will pull up the sniper, but Beaston says, you are not peeking through that window for free, sir.
Lucasi says you're not taking this map for free. He's going to find Electric MC getting a little bit aggressive towards B. And look at this call from Lucasi. He just flies through maps. He finds another one, leaving Jolteon last alive in a 1v4. And I want to believe, boy, you would have been better off just jumping through that rooftop.
The pattern, no, it's over. Westcliff able to take that round, and there goes my predictions there. Westcliff, they just want to spoil the fun here in terms of that round, and we go back to another round where we see Westcliff on offense, now 1 round away actually from closing this game out as well, so you know they want to get this done as quickly as possible. The big thing is going to be on Jolteon here. If Jolteon can find another first blood on defense, it's very possible they end up winning the round. If he does not, I mean, this is very possible that Westcliff closes this round out, but Jolteon can't hit the shot. That's so unfortunate. He was given.
Beaston's wiping the sweat off his noggin right there. That was a close one. He's going to wipe off the sweat, and he's going to find a kill. First blood and second from Westcliff. As Locke gets aggressive through church, finds Oze. Bomb down. 4v2. 40 seconds for this retake from New Mexico State. Locke's already in behind. Gets caught out this time from Jolteon. Who got a little bit of a whiff through that. Spots out the player down low. Electric MC. He's going to even this one up. You have to imagine that you know that the player's going to be top broken apartment. But that's even up to that one. Beaston's going to find Electric MC over inside the monument. 15 seconds left, Jesse. Warriors looking to go up 2-0. And Beaston's going to deliver.
Yeah, 2-0 lead here for Westcliff. I mean, a very, very good game out of them. It was a 2-2 game at one point, then went to a 4-2. Started to bring it back a little bit, but it just was not enough. And that's simply just Westcliff Warriors clutching up in the big time when they need to. And when you're looking at Stoners and Beaston there at 9-4 and 8-4, you can see exactly why this Westcliff Warrior team is just so feared by so many other universities.
I mean, it's not like it's an easy one, Jesse, at all. I mean, New Mexico State, they are putting up a fight, which I'm impressed by. You know, I was expecting, this Westcliff Warriors squad, they have rolled over so many strong teams, and I was looking at them to just keep that going. But New Mexico State, they have been making the improvements into this one. Jolteon, finding first bloods again and again with that sniper rifle, it was pivotal to a lot of those round wins, and I think New Mexico State, they have something going in Search and Destroy. This team looks great.
Yeah, I'm right there with you. I mean, honestly, when you look at this team, you look at the overall, and you're like, you know what, New Mexico State, they're okay. They're not the greatest, not the worst. But I mean, when you see them go up against Westcliff, you're like, oh damn, this team can really
Yeah, you're
compete.
like,
I mean, it was
okay.
a 250 to 201 in that map number one. Very, very winnable, if I do say so myself. For New Mexico State, you make a few different rotations, a little bit differently. You win a couple more rotations, and you probably come out on top. Westcliff in that map number two, though. I mean, I feel like Westcliff kind of had that map almost the whole way through. I feel like New Mexico, they did put up a fight. You had a couple good first bloods coming in from Jolteon, but no follow-ups at any point from those first bloods, except for maybe the 1 or 2 rounds that they were able to take away. Outside of that, there were still a few times where Jolteon gets that first blood, and you even called it out on the map. There's nobody there to follow up that first blood, and they just end up falling apart at the seams. So New Mexico State, as good as they're looking, still a lot of improvements left to make here for this roster. But this is great practice at the end of the day. At the very least, even if you end up coming out, you end up losing this match to Westcliff. You take this, you go back, you read that VOD, you watch the VOD back over, and then you come back, because we know both these teams are qualifying for the play-in. So if New Mexico State can win, this is all hypothetical too. They could still win this series, but say New Mexico State loses this series, you go back, you watch that VOD, you still will have to play Westcliff again inside of the play-ins at some point if you keep winning out from that point on. So I mean, this match at the end of the day is just very, very good reps right now for New Mexico State.
You're gonna have to go back and play them again, but it's good to know that they bleed, Jesse, inside of it. I think New Mexico State making them bleed is something to work off of. And one thing I kind of harped on inside that Search to Destroy is that I think New Mexico State, through their through the mid of the rounds, they didn't show a lot of creativity to their attacks or even their defenses when they had to adjust. You just kind of saw them doing some pretty one-dimensional stuff, and I would like to see them kind of look back at it and maybe say, hey, in this situation, we get caught in this position, let's make a flank. Let's quickly hit a flank. Let's wrap back around to get the bomb down on the opposite end. You know, just some things to shake it up a little bit and to show a little bit of dynamic inside of their play styles. But that's going to come from later. What comes up next is the control. We're heading back to Tuscan, and that kind of leads in. The fact that this is so close between either of these two, I mean, the change in the ticks, this could be another one where we're seeing a change up in the map affect how they play.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, this could really end up being the bane in Westcliff University's existence. You just don't really know. New Mexico State, I mean, by no means any slouches that control themselves at 3-1. So they definitely have an opportunity here to take a map off of Westcliff, especially like you said with those recent changes coming through. If you can find a way to play the objective a little bit better on your offenses versus the opposing team's offenses, that's when you can really find that final defense, try to close the game out exactly like that. But here we go, right off the rip, both teams looking like they want to hit out towards middle of the map. A little bit more pressure from Westcliff going over towards A, and in response to that, New Mexico State University looking like they want to hit B right off the rip of this round.
Well, over towards B right off the bat. It's a 1-for-1 trade. They haven't been able to get onto this zone, but good little trade of kills and luck coming around, man. That's a horror story right there. He's got a knife out, a gas mask on. He's glowing green. That's a scary sight.
Westcliff now starting to pin New Mexico State in the back of their spawns. It's exactly what you want to do off the start of these rounds. Keep them as uncomfortable as possible. Keep them on the back foot as much as possible here. And you can already see a 6, make it 7 now life lead for the likes of Westcliff. And still for New Mexico State University spawning up in the back line. And you are just kind of getting put through the blender right now from the Westcliff Warriors.
I'll even look at Stoners. He wants to hit the flank to put them a little bit even deeper. Blender finally finds the gunfight. Jolteon a little bit uncomfortable. Stoners catches the right timing, and I mean, New Mexico State, they are stopping the clock, Jesse, at 37 seconds. At B, even finding a tick of progression, possibly. It's not going to be an easy one, as Lucasi has hopped on down into the pit. He's cleaned it up, and now everything that's left for New Mexico State, it's got to be an A hit from here on out.
Yeah, absolutely. New Mexico State, 25 seconds left. You need to go towards it. You need to get on. You need to stop this clock. And they've at least hopped on for the time being. It's Oze winning a big one-on-one. But Stoners from the top, what an angle. Finds the kill from top apartments. I didn't even know that you could find that shot from there.
Had no idea at all, but 21 seconds left. Turkeyneck's going to hop in. Wow. As fast as he got in, he went out. And last chance now for Electric MC to make a play towards B. He's going to hop on, stop the clock at 12.9 seconds, but he's going to leave it up to his teammates. I like this call. He gets a little bit more of comfort for his teammates on the inside by picking up those respawns. That's a really good setup right now from New Mexico State. Getting a tick towards B, so this round is actually coming out with some value. And around the outside, Electric MC looking to pick up these players off the respawn. Big gunfights here. Around the outside, finds Locke. A second one, Beeson, right around the corner. Can't find it, but while that happens, 2 ticks to B, make it 3 ticks to B, Jesse.
It's going to be hard to get A, though, with Westcliff putting their full focus onto that site. We'll see if they can do it. They find all the kills actually on transition through middle of the map, so it's just 1 player left anywhere near this hill right now. And Stoners goes down, so you can jump onto A. You can start to stack this point here if you're New Mexico State. I think the only thing that worries me right now is you only have 5 lives left, but it's still very possible to finish this round out.
Still playing a little bit kill heavy through the middle of the map. Jolteon snaps onto Lucasi. Okay, bud. 3 in a row. Make it 4 in a row. Electric MC takes down the player closest to the monument. They stop the clock at 35 seconds. 3v3, Jesse. You might as well chalk this up as a search and destroy round. Because you look at Westcliff Warriors residing inside of the church. Are they even going to hit this one again? You have to think they will. Beeson gets
they're
caught.
setting up a pinch.
Beeson gets spotted on the flank. They know the pinch is going to be coming through, but Beeson still finds the kill. Here comes the pinch. 2v1. They collect the point. They find the capture.
I thought that Beeson got onto the hill, but apparently not. And I cannot believe New Mexico State University was able to come away with that round number 1 victory there. That's just a misplay from Westcliff. And if I'm being completely candid here, when you're looking at that round, Westcliff was in a situation where, you know what, New Mexico State, they spawn back up. We're in a big life lead. They go over towards B, and you still kept sending resources over at A. At that point, you need to just full send all your resources over to B, shut that down completely because it's the harder of the 2 sites to get, and then play for A after. If they cap A, who cares? But instead of allowing just a few ticks of progress to go through A, or even all 3 ticks, instead you end up losing the round out. Just a mistake out of them inside of that round.
A mistake that you might want to have back. Stoners has full streak, so something that can come into fruition for the later end rounds, Jesse. Onto A they go. Minute 17. And it doesn't look like New Mexico State want to hit this one more. They're all grouping up in top bunks with a few kills coming through. They try to get out through the middle of the map, but as Electric MC gets caught, I mean, you might as well chalk this A zone.
Yeah, it's pretty much done at this point. You've only got 1 player in Turkey Neck who's going to take 1 final shot at it, gets dropped down completely. And Westcliff with the 2 life lead, now looking to make their way over towards the church. Stoners will be the first man in and gets out immediately with their life as well. Very, very annoying movement. I think the big thing here for Stoners, first of all, hitting this top up, he gets it done. We'll find another kill up inside of the top of radio, but also the fact that you have a glide bomb here to try to break into this, but they might not even need it. They find like so many kills in succession and now can try to hit this from the front of B.
Off the respawns, Jolteon takes down the pressure from the inside of the hill. Here comes the glide bomb. Stoners looking to drop the hammer, but it's just going to force these players from New Mexico State on the inside to take these gunfights to Westcliff Warriors, and they come out with enough that's going to slow down Westcliff, even burning this streak.
But even though they burn the streak, though, Stoners on 8 in a row now as well will find a streak for themselves. So not even the worst case scenario for Stoners here. I feel like you just burned it to gain another one as this game goes along further and further. Locke will hop onto B, but instantly drop down. And what was once a 2 life lead here for the likes of Westcliff, it's going to be a tie game in terms of life. And Westcliff, I mean, let's not forget that New Mexico State won an offense in their first round. So at some point, Westcliff will need to win an offense if they want to see this final defensive round.
Oh, minute 9. Lucasi gets caught on the flank. Locke still residing inside of top bunks. He's still picking off players left, right, and center, keeping the lead. 4 lives in favor of the Warriors. Here they go, starting to get something going through patio. Jolteon's here, has to back up. Feeling the pressure from the Warriors. Snaps back up top onto the bridge. He's going to find 1 second from Jose. A little bit of bait and switch to get him in there. And all of a sudden, last one alive is going to be Stoners to make some plays happen through bunks. But as he drops 5-on-5, Jesse, 26 seconds. Last chance here for Westcliff on attack.
5-on-5. 1 player will end up falling as well. So we'll get a 4-on-4 from both sides. You got to be patient here, though. and Lucasi's going to get a little bit too aggressive. Instantly does get traded out once again. You don't have a ton of time here, but you will find a first. But Electric MC completely stumbles that push, and now it's just Stoners left alive, 1 versus 2. We'll get the first, so it's going to be a 1v1 now for the round.
1v1, Stoners. Slides around, pistol out. Still in for the contention, but pumping the brakes. Electric MC. He's having a ball right now inside these points. As look at this, he snaps around. He knows Stoners is behind him. And he's going to put him 6 feet under. 2-0 for New Mexico State, Jesse. What a game so far on Control. We said this might just be where they can pull things back against Westcliff Warriors, and they have proven themselves.
Absolutely have, but I don't think we can look at Westcliff right now. I think that these guys aren't going to go down without a fight at the moment because, I mean, they kind of threw away that round number 1. Definitely had potential to win that round number 2 as well, so we could very well still see a round number 5 out of these two teams. But like we said before, it's really going to come down to the fact that we need Westcliff at some point to win an offense here because New Mexico State won 1. And speaking of New Mexico State winning offenses, a great start to the round here for Turkey Neck. He'll get 3, but unfortunately, everybody else on his team ends up falling, so nobody really going to get a ton of time over towards A at the moment.
Jolteon has hopped onto B. Almost a tick as well. Locked in. Tick secure towards B. Here comes Westcliff. Almost finding the kill onto Stoners, but he does snap around. Off the respawn, the players from New Mexico State, they hop back onto the A zone, Jesse. And you can see the players of Westcliff Warriors setting up for a retake through middle of the map with a pinch from player number 5. Ashton's going to be coming through. Turkey Neck doesn't spot him out, and Beaston's going to walk away with the kill. So the A zone does get cleared off, or not even giving up a second tick.
Trying to see if they can win this gunfight out over at A. They absolutely do, but again, I mean, New Mexico State's just doing a great job of splitting their offenses. Second tick of progress in over at B, and if you're Westcliff, you cannot allow B to get captured first again. But it's 100% going to come through here. 2 just needs to hop on, close it off. Jose does the job. And this is just pitiful defense right now from Westcliff. And at this point, you only need 2 more ticks of progress over towards A. This has definitely got 3-0 potential all over it here for New Mexico State University.
Yeah, the ping-ponging, it's working from side to side. It looks like a streak got called in, but Jose's going to find 2 in the meantime. Mexico State, they have a player on the hill inside you, but spawning up still towards Vines. They got to move outside of that. 13 lives each, Jesse. A nice wave of kills out of the Westcliff Warriors. They still have presence towards this hill, so it's not going to be easy to collect any progress here for New Mexico State. Electric MC gets caught from lock. Jose drops as well, so they hold on.
They are holding on by the smallest margin right now, but they're still getting the job done. But Jolteon, like you called out before, will find 2 through middle of the map. Now they can start to try to make their way a little bit more forward here if you're New Mexico State, but still on the outside is Beaston. Still on the outside is Westcliff to try to shut things down, but it is not working out at all. New Mexico State gets a full 4-man wipe. Everybody hops on. Everybody stacks the hill. That's 2 ticks done, and I don't know if Westcliff can get close enough to be able to get inside of this.
I don't know if Westcliff are inside of this right now because we had a little bit of a observer issue going on inside of the map, and we're going to have to wait to figure out what happens with that game. You know, unlucky, I'd say. But what a banger we're getting out of New Mexico State, Jesse. You know, from games 1 and 2, I know they had potential, but that potential was shined on inside of that control.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, New Mexico really pouring it on there inside of that map. And honestly, with the way that they had that, I would not be surprised at all if they close that map out. We get the 3-0 victory for themselves there, and that could very well be seen on map number 4 coming up very shortly between these two teams. And I mean, I think we're just waiting on word right now to see what things are going to be going on, if we need to see how everything is looking. But it's quite unfortunate that we don't get to see the end of that map there.
Very unfortunate. We're going to head to a break, folks, while we figure out what's going on now with our production. And when we come back, we're going to give you the updates. So we'll see you in a bit. folks, I have some unfortunate news for you. It is that our observer has lost power and we don't have a backup observer, so we're not going to be able to move on with any more of the matches for production tonight, and that means that this stream is now going to be ending, which is totally unfortunate, especially because when New Mexico State was in that control, they looked like they were finally under control.
Yeah, it looked like we were witnessing a banger on our hands, and unfortunately not going to be able to catch the remainder of that series. So New Mexico did end up winning out that last map as well. It did end up being a 3-0 there for Westcliff, but that's the last of the results that we're going to be able to find here for ourselves tonight. If you guys want to be able to find out any more of the results from the rest of this game or any of our other games that we're going to go on tonight, because like we said, that last match of the night was to decide who was going to be our final play-in team for that division. I can't remember exactly what division it was. It was for the Eastern Division between Shenandoah and Lebanon Valley College. So if you guys want to find the results for this match or any other matches from tonight, you guys can head on over to nsl.leaguespot.gg. It'll have all the results there from the Call of Duty Varsity League, but unfortunately, yeah, that's going to be the end of it for us tonight.
Well, and if you want to catch more action for NACE throughout the week, we can look at the schedule, because Monday we got Rocket League Overwatch, Tuesday League of Legends, today, Wednesday, would have been Call of Duty, and it was, till now. And then Friday, we got CSGO. So if you want to catch some CSGO, tune in on Fridays for some more NACE Starleague action. Unfortunately, we are going to have some tech difficulties with our observer tonight. That's going to be all for Call of Duty on this Wednesday. And not too bad. A 3-0, a game 5, and then a potential, long distance run here in game number 4. But this is where our story ends for tonight's Call of Duty Vanguard Varsity League. And I hope you all have a great weekend or a great night. We'll see you all next week.